Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done in my drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the rain. Am I the only one? 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 Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? Doesn't matter where we go and destination unknown. I don't care where the motor stops, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life. Hit me with it right now, I'm in it. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here.
So you want to keep up the great work, Mr. Nice. Celebratory handshake, yeah. Celebratory handshake, yeah.
It's 2 a.m. when we close the bar, but we're in the get-go. Next place, give me someone I could dance with you beneath the stars. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want you. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, cause right now I'm in it. I feel kinda dizzy when I'm staring at you. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know stops when you move like that, yeah. Everything stops when you move like that. And I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, cause right now I'm in it. Yeah, I'm fucking in it. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. It's Cincinnati, baby. It's Cincinnati, baby. I said it's Cincinnati, baby. It's Cincinnati, baby.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light to fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invincible at last. Fueling every engine. maybe we're invincible. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire.
Hello, Chatto! It's Thursday. Coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK Budapest, we have a £30 million transfer budget and very little way of actually spending the damn thing. We need to sell a guy. I don't know who it's going to be, but someone is leaving the club in this window to earn us a lot of money. In other news, we'll be hunting throughout the world to try to find that next big thing, bringing through players fucking... We're doing so well. We're doing fine. And then it just fizzled out. Like a shit flame. Rubbish. La hunting. Chat, have you ever been la hunting? Did you ever just la hunt? Sell sushi? Yeah. I don't think that we're going to get a lot of cash for him. Unfortunately. What's your profanity? That went well. How's it going, chat? Morning, everybody. Hello, Sam. How you going, man? Yeah, so Suhi's not worth what he used to be. Do you know what? I think they should ban La Hunting, personally. I think an outright ban on La Hunting is needed at this time, anyway. Too many words, I know. I'm still getting used to the different timings due to the slight change in the animation thing. So I have to use those wipes instead of the direct animation, so it holds for an extra second or two. So I have to do a longer intro. Ah, dear. We might well be able to sell soon. We just need to get a little bit of cash in the bank. It's fine, because remember, not only have we already got £30 million, we actually have 16 million of that already tied up in other players, because they'll be joining us too, because we've got beer. It's a bit early for me, Sam, if I'm honest. Oh, this! I thought you were offering to bring me beer. No, it's my wonderful off-brand Aldi version Barocca, in admittedly a Cambridge Real Ale Festival glass. Dazza! Thank you for the 25 months.
Fulham gets sanctioned everywhere they go. Fulham gets sanctioned everywhere they go. Everywhere they go. Happy 25 months.
You can bet on it, my friend. Oh, God. Yeah, that's going to be fun, isn't it? I think I'm still working my way through the last box of beer. I don't drink a lot, as you know. Have you got to extend the loans? Oh, no. Okay, that is... Yeah. I'm not sure how to... Wow. How did you just skip that screen with the big the screen we all hate, and we're gonna have to work through? We're gonna have to try and do that with 117 loans today, chat. I'd be willing to bet that we get as little as 70 actually extended, and I'm gonna have to spend like 3 hours after stream today going through the rest of the window trying to get as many loans as I can out. It worked last time, in fairness, but fuck me, man. So how is everyone this fine day? Pog is around somewhere. Oh, speaking of pogs, it just gets better and better. Okay. She arrives, and she brings me a giant coffee. Life is good. Let me just wipe this down. Get rid of the pog lurgy. You can see the look she just gave me. Just pure side-eye. Love it. If side-eye was a person. Oh.
The pog lurgy off it.
The what?
After 13.
Well, I don't know where you've been, other than outside. Oh, that is big. Oh, yes. And warm. Coffee is big, but lacks nothing. This is great. Legal so you can loan out max 8 player. That sucks. Yeah, unfortunately, building a nation without a loan farm is not likely to generate you much at that point. I suppose, actually, you could do an alternative strategy if you had no loan farm ability, where you actually tried to sell the players to the other nations. And that was one of the things I originally tried to do during the very first Building a Nations, back with Polonia Warsaw and Midtjylland, was to actually sell the players to the other clubs really cheap. The problem is FM's dynamics are just not set up to handle that type of weird, benevolent, like, philanthropy, so to speak, you know? Oh, yes, right, I'm going to show you this, because you're going to love this, chat. Some of you that are in the Discord and watch that stuff will have noticed that. How long do you think it's ban will be? Don't know. We talked about it ad nauseum. Not going to discuss it again, honestly. I've had enough of talking about it, to be honest. That's all we've been talking about in the previous 2 streams, so I'm not going over it again. I don't know how long. As long as it's proportionate to other things that have occurred similar to that and isn't completely ridiculous, then I'm fully on board with it. Let's put it that way. Right, let's actually show you some stuff. Actually, before that, I will look up... Melody, and he isn't a player I've never looked up before. Wow, he's actually still at the Ambars. That's actually a rarity, in fairness. The non-homegrown thing in Norway is what really got us. Actually, no, it wasn't that. It was that to an extent, but a lot of leagues have that. The thing that got me in Norway was the squad registration itself. The fact that you had a squad registration, and it had to be, every player had to be registered, even youth players, which meant that you couldn't even, like, rotate your team and blood a load of youngsters in unless they were registered in your squad for that season. They really need to... I think that might actually be holding Norwegian football back in the grand scheme of things, because it means that it's going to prevent Norwegian talent from coming through. Built a new stadium. Nice. Are you doing the same team as me, Pierluigi, or not? Because we've actually got a new stadium. By the way, you know we were supposed to be going to our new stadium at the end of this month? Yeah, it's been postponed to October. They've delayed it. Yeah, Career Resurrection will be up tomorrow night. We've got Building a Nation video, obviously, which has just gone out. And then we'll have Career Resurrection tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Louis Willis, thank you for the follow. I hope you're well. And also, actually, while I'm here, let me just scroll back down because I did see a follow right before I started. Ed Rice as well, if you're still here, thank you for the follow. I saw you followed just as I was about to go live. Oh, went to Sparta Prague. Really? I guess it's unlikely that he's going to get picked up by a team like Sparta in this save. Were they switched on, as in was the league? Wait, I swear we looked at... Oh, no, we looked him up the other day, didn't we? I swear he wasn't in the database when we looked him up. Oh, Orne Hegerber. That's a name I recognise. There he is. Al-Shabaab. Man is Shabab in it. You'll love to see it. Paolo! Thank you for the 19 months, my friend. How's it going?
Enjoy your sub, you silly little man. The most okayest way to use my Prime sub. All that money spent. Love you really. Fingers crossed for more of the top-notch vibes.
Hopefully. I mean, we had some lovely vibes on Tuesday, I must admit. They weren't switched on. That's actually surprising that they were able to make that. Then again, they do kind of... They are a big club in that league, so they do tend to, you know, yeah. Get delayed 3 more times. Really? That's annoying, because we're currently... Well, we're in our old stadium at the moment, so it's not a problem. But like, I would quite like to move into our new 19,000-seater stadium, particularly so we can rename it. That's what I'm mostly looking forward to, the Bung.com Arena, and we can't get there yet. We can't. But yeah, he was at Molde for ages. Wasn't he like an absolute beast during the Tromsø save? I remember us playing against him constantly and him being an absolute thorn in our sides regularly in the league. That must be where that name... Because it just rolled off my tongue so easily when I saw that first name. Columbus Crew. No gift in this save. I know. There's no gifts allowed. This isn't Christmas. What you're chatting. Lower.com. That's a really bad name for a stadium. I'm sure the Lowers are lovely. I'm sure they do like car insurance or something, or... I don't know. But like lower.com, it just doesn't... That badge as well. To be fair, their old badge was a bit weird, wasn't it? Wasn't their old badge the one that had like the 3 blokes on it, or just like a dude? Speaking of which, we're going to be doing the badge quiz again today. Mid-Journey version 5's out, and I've been messing around with it the last couple of days. A few spectators in it. Well, we generally max out our stadium. I think that's why the board were able to do it at that point. So what we're looking for here. Certain teams should be where they are. You say that, right? And I assume you're talking about Forest, presumably. Forest, I've noticed in long-term sims actually seem to do quite well. That's all I'm saying. I've noticed in a lot of my long-term sims that I've done where I'm like a good chunk, like plus, like good on sort of 40 years into the future. Oh, bottom of the league. That's less surprising. That's far less surprising. I thought you were talking about Forest doing well. Fulham being bottom of the league is not surprising at all. What are you trying to pull here? It's just a premonition, isn't it? Everyone liked. Oh, right. So, I see. So they had the one with the 3 dudes. And there was another badge, but everyone liked that one and they chose this one instead. I must admit, the C is a bit odd. It looks kind of... I feel like it's bad graphic design because it kind of looks too much like a G for me. I know that obviously there's context clues here, but it just looks a bit G-like in many ways. I don't know why. It gives me G vibes. Pasquale Jim Bond. Great name. Thank you for the follow. They do mortgages and loans. So I wasn't far off with insurance, honestly. Need a worse.com arena. Oh, we're coming. We're coming for that anyway. Chat. I've just noticed that they've got Labassi gone, which means I must have sold him to them, right? Yeah. And then just totally forgot that they had Labassi. Bless him. In a stadium for us, I mean, our current capacity is 8,700. I'm not sure what we get in terms of attendances. Hang on, let me just put the league filter back on again. Sorry. I had it filtered like this so it's easier for me to navigate stuff when I'm doing the recap videos. What do we get for league games? Yeah, we kind of max out most league games, I think. 8,000, 8,600. If not maxed, then very close to it. Also, yeah, so I wanted to mention what happened after stream. So I believe the last game we watched on stream was the Pakshi game away from home, right? Or was it? Yeah, it was. So, needless to say, the new tactical idea works a treat. It works very, very well. So, we tried it with there, and then we went from 4-0 to 5-0 to 6-0, and everyone thought, oh, next game, 7-0. Yeah, it actually was 7-0. No, I haven't hit the ball. Nothing yet. It's probably literally going to be a case of having to literally go to Hungary to get a shirt. I'll show you the tactical idea in a second. It's basically not too many tweaks, but we were just... After we got knocked out of the Champions League last stream, we spent the rest of stream just trying to work on some tactical ideas and testing little bits in each game. And you can sort of see that we were coming onto stuff, but then we hit on something here with a Trequartista, which I'll show you in a sec. But yeah, but then this is what happened. So watch this. Haladash, Castillo scores 5 goals in the first half. Next game, Dios Juri, we win 5-0. Castillo scores 5 goals in the first 46 minutes of the game. Or is the new... Oh no, this is the old stadium, Pierluigi. We haven't got a new one yet. So it'll be 19,000 when we do move into that. So he scored 10 goals in those 2 games. Then we had a 4-0 against Kijvada with a bit more spread out of the form, but still solid. Also, notice the defensive strategy there as well. Debrecen did score a goal against us, but still quality. Then we actually finished off with a draw against Ferencváros, which was a bit of a weird one. They were very, very lucky. We still twatted them, but FM's going to FM sometimes. So the point being, Castillo went from where he was to being top scorer in the league. Just almost overnight, practically. His form over those last few matches in this system is actually ridiculous. If I move myself... No, you can see, actually. Or can you? No, I'll move myself out of the way so you can see a bit better. Red Zone's never coming back because nobody watched... Not nobody watched it. It was the worst performing videos I've done in the entire FM cycle this year. As a result, that's a sort of a big sign that says, don't do this again kind of thing. From a testing analysis... From an analysis point of view, that's what that means to me. But yeah, you can see here. So we had 3 here, but when we actually started off was Molfehevar. So this was after the tactical change. 1-1 and an assist. 5 and an assist. 5-1-1. He's also getting a lot more assists lately too, which is kind of sick. Big fan of that. Like, he got 4 of his 5 assists this season during the... Yeah, I know it does, James. It's an annoying thing in OBS that I might need to have a look at. I'm just not sure how to actually affect it. Yeah, unfortunately, Pascal, I thought it was a cool concept, but simply not enough people were interested in it for it to be worthwhile making, basically, considering the time that could be put into other things. Like, it took me just as long to make one of those as it did to make a career resurrection video, and, well, yeah. I'm going to move back now, so I'm going to shut up for a second. This was how we fixed the stuttering, by the way, was me introducing that wipe. Because my GPU can apparently handle that just fine, but don't you dare ask it to slide me across the screen slightly. Right, so yeah, that's the situation with him. So, we do have some players joining us. Oh yeah, tactics. I'll show you the tactical idea. So this is what we've been working with. This was the change. So, do it on stream. We could do it on stream, but it's sort of... It might be a fun thing to do on stream, but it wouldn't be something I'd turn into a video, let's put it that way. Do it in the summer when people start to get ahead of the new FM. If people weren't interested in it when the FM came out, then people are not suddenly going to be interested in it now. Basically, trust me on this one. It's not. People are not going to suddenly get interested in it. Besides, I've got a much bigger plan for the summer anyway. Like, at the end of the day, I have to make videos that people want to watch. In terms of a lot of people want to watch, otherwise I lose my job. Watch Facepack, it is the DF11. Although, if you mean the regen faces, then that's, of course, the Zgen one that Saz just put in chat. But we could do it on stream as like an evening stream, just for a bit of fun at some point, honestly. It wouldn't become anything, it'd just be a fun thing. Kind of like what we did with the Career Resurrection, although that obviously is for something. I edited that down, by the way, yesterday, chat. 2 hours and 17 minutes, edited down to 3.5 minutes. Took fucking ages. Pool stream. Bold of you to assume I have room for a pool, Captain Backlog. But yeah, so this is the tactical setup that we're working with now. So this was the old one, and this is the new one. It's not a lot of changes, honestly. My regen stats are which one? Because every single player in the team minus him and him are regen. So we've got to be a bit more specific. We can't be showing every single player. But yeah, so what we do, how do you start to keep in? Well, with the chat one, it was really easy because basically what I wanted from chat was them talking about the teams that they put in the poll. So the bits where we discuss the teams, and then the important parts where we talk about would they fit in the team, stuff like that. A little bit more on the team that chat actually picked, us running the poll, and then a couple of memes from the video, such as the thing with Scott Parker at Brentford and the Fulham players there, and obviously that ridiculous player at Almeria that was on 240 grand a week. Those are the things that also made it in there, basically. How many rude words? 1. I had to edit out 1 rude word, which was not bad for my liking. And that was when I saw that Tosin Adarabioyo was at Brentford, and I was like, they've got fucking Tosin as well. So that one had to be bleeped. But other than that, everything else I was able to edit around. It's going good, Gover. Honestly, we've been working on some new tactical stuff, and I think it could be a turning point for us. So anyway, on that tactical thing. So, inside forward stays the same. AM remains the same, but roam from position. That's the one thing we've added there. Now we have a poacher instead of an advanced forward. He has roam from position and moves into channels. So it's kind of like we took the bare bones of a poacher and then manipulated it to do what we want. And you can see the goal output from him is ridiculous. And then, Trekatista on the left. This was Anarist's idea. Stay wider on the Trek, and my goody aunt. Goals come from the Trek when certain players play there, and they get a lot of assists already. It's lovely news. Not sure we need that, but I don't even know. If anything, I edited towards it, like with you lot being naughty at the very start. That's going right in the intro. But I think it's going to make a really fun video. I've done all 3 of the Sims. I need to do a few extra years on some of them just to make sure we've got some cover. But other than that, it should all be good to go for me to record and get the video up tomorrow. So yeah, that's the situation tactically for us. I think that's a good shape. Now, what we're really here for, of course, though, is transfers. So financially, pro editor. I mean, I don't know what you mean by that, in the sense that this is my job and editing is a part of it. So in that sense, I suppose yes, but not really, no. Lubo, hang on. I can't do it. Fuck. Luboy, thank you very much for the 20 months. I was trying to hit you with the old burp resub again, but I can't conjure it up within me. Thank you, though, man. That's very kind of you. But other way. Oh, God, no. No. I wouldn't hire me to edit anything. But because I'm the cheapest in terms of, as far as people I could hire, I'm the cheapest by the fact that I'm free. So, no. There's much better editors out there than me. I'm just one of the people that had to pick it up over the years from doing it. There's much better editors that are actually professional editors that do it, but they also are paid like professional editors, as they should be. I can't afford that. I'm a one-man band. So yeah, we need to kind of think about the money situation. Someone's going to have to leave, particularly with the fact that these chappies are joining us. Yeah. The capybara thing. So basically, back on the Notts County save, like a long time ago, we had an intro song, which you'll have obviously heard as, if I'll put it on right now, because it's just really easy to access. Ready for this, chat? You don't summon, but, well, to be fair, yeah, exactly. It has to be organic, right? So this song used to be the intro / outro. Luboy, damn it. Tried to force it there. We used to have an outro song, which was this. And someone in the comments misheard the lyrics. And let me just turn it up a little bit for you. As Hold Your Gun Capybara, and they were very confused about it. So after that, and we like cleared up the confusion, I just started using it as a sign off in YouTube videos, and then it became like a meme. Hence why all the sub badges on Twitch are capybaras, etc, etc, and also capybara in the chat there too. Things you love to see. Just turn that down again a little. Sure. Where is it? Whereabouts in the song is it? I'll just turn that down. You'll probably hear it. They don't say capybara. No. Hold your gun, cut the wire. A friend of mine can burp on demand. If I think he's still in chat. Sam, you can burp on demand, can't you? So, right. So Hurley is this chap. This is Hurley. Look at him go. Look at his beautifulness. He cost us £12 million, which honestly I'm happy to pay, because when you look at the quality that this guy has, good on both feet. We'll train him to play both sides, just in case. The other thing I've been working on, chat, is I turned off the swapping wingers, and I think it actually helped. We just have to be more careful about who we put where. Certain players seem to suit one role and not the other. But yeah, I think he's great. He's got speed, he's got crossing, he's got dribbling, he's got a little bit of everything. He's got on both feet. He runs with the ball often, which makes sense because he's got high dribbling. He's just a very solid player. He really is. His name isn't actually Hurley. His name is Hugo Reyes, but obviously you can understand why we've been calling him Hurley. Then we've got coming in as well, on top of that, we've got Pascal, who's a youngster from Sevilla that we picked up for 400k. just because we could, really. He was a relatively cheap buy. We saw the 5-star potential. He doesn't have it anymore, but it is what it is. And also this guy, who I'm really excited about. This is Miguel Benavides. £3.9 million from San Lorenzo. Good potential. 6'2". Jumping reach is good. Tent poles aren't bad either. Solid tackling at 12. These guys are okay. I feel like he's a really good player for the future, given that he's only 17 years old. I feel like he's got Velazquez vibes, personally. Other than the fact that his personality isn't amazing, it's the one thing I wish I could change about him. 270 million. Holy shit. No, I think people massively underrate unambitious as a personality. It's nowhere near as bad as people think it is. Honestly. Doesn't look to further himself. They've got solid determination. They'll be fine. Like, it just means we can hold on to him a bit easier, potentially. Obviously, he's not going to develop as well as someone who's driven or resolute or whatever, but it's nowhere near the career ender that people seem to think it is. See, facing him. Someone did suggest that he might be, potentially. Now, oh, that's even better. That's the ultimate bullet dodge. Yes, so also, that's another thing. If you type in hold your gun into Google, capybara is actually one of the suggestions that comes up now. Like, I tested this the other day off stream as well because someone mentioned it, and absolutely mad. So yeah, those are the guys. How are the coefficients? So the coefficients as of the end of the season, which technically hasn't finished yet because the Champions League final hasn't happened. Portugal just had their best season in ages. So as a result of us just having a mid-year, we've actually lost a bit of ground to Portugal. But doesn't matter, we get it all back next season because you'll see they're losing an 11-point year. We're losing a 7.5-point year. So we'll gain 4 points on them and be right on top of them at the very start of next season anyway. Or not, you know what I mean? For the season coming, we'll have the neck and neck. So it looks like we're going to stay in 7th this year, but there's a really strong chance if Portugal just don't have another monster year and we have an even okay year, we probably overtake them and get 6th, which is good, which is what we want. So I guess the next thing to do is look at what we want to do scout wise, because there's 109 guys, or no, 120 guys on this list, which is not that many. They're mostly getting into realms of being much more scouted as well. So those guys are going to come through slowly over the course of stream anyway. So I feel like what would be a good idea would maybe be to do some manual scouting, like the proper manual one that we used to do, and just add a few extra guys onto this list to give our scouts something to do over the summer, because to be honest with you, we'll have probably worked through most of these players, whether we wanted to sign them or not, within about a week or so. So I feel like manual scouting would be quite a good thing for us right now. Freelance from Benfica. Oh, fair enough. So you basically just had like no wage expenditure at that point, right? This guy's quite an interesting one, actually, as well. So I think that's probably our best bet, is just to start looking at some players, right? Focusing on the in a way, it is, yes, in a way. So the question is, what position do we even start with? Wait, what the hell? Oh, this is from that silly experiment we tried that just did not work out at all, and then we got in a big argument. We're still going to... Wait, if I click... Oh, there we go. So I still want between 15 and 19. Actually, no, let's do 15 and 20. So we pick up a couple of, like... those guys that might be knocking about in South America, like a Hugo Reyes, or, you know, Central America with him. Maybe even 21, fuck it. We want those types of era of players, really. The question is which role. I feel like an anchor wouldn't be a bad idea to look for first, because we look for strikers, and I wouldn't mind looking for strikers again anyway, because it's always good to be looking for strikers, but I wouldn't mind looking for an anchor, honestly. See if we can find a decent one. Wow. The one thing I will say about anchors, though, and this is quite irritating, is that the actual attributes that are important for an anchor don't get scouted early by scouts, which means that no matter how much knowledge you've got, you'll see the issue. It's really quite annoying when it comes to anchor searching. An air rifle called a capybara. That sounds far too nice to be an air rifle. It should be called something like the violent cocaine bear, perhaps. Just as an example, potentially. The problem with... Oh. Yeah, we can't really see a lot right now. Manual scouting sounds like an English person making fun. Maybe, yeah. Assistants are great when they just compare players randomly. The amount of times we've had any striker having a good game and then it will go, assistant prefers ex-striker to Mbappe. How dare you, Daz? So got Farsley, Celtic. The problem is there's so little information on these guys. We're going to have to scroll down until we actually get some. Right, here we go. That's more like it. Oh, Peterborough. Probably not great, is he? Pulgera, yeah. Anchors are really hard to search for using this filter, which is surprising. It's just like no information on them. It's because they have so few roles that actually matter, but you need to have... Ah, okay, this is more like it. Hungerford Town. Paris Athletic. What a cool badge, by the way. Like, I just love that this team exists. Yes, we have, Lavinia. We watched the second episode last night while we had dinner. which was weird because it was super long, and yet like Ted was barely even in it until like right at the end. But I guess it's Jason Sudeikis' schedule and whatnot, right? Tamas Major. Oh, he's actually Hungarian. There's this guy. But hang on a minute. It's an amateur Belgian dude. Things you love to see. I mean, do we just want to sign him straight away? Yeah, I don't actually think that's a bad thing that it's not entirely about Ted anymore. I feel like it's got a branch, it's got a more broad character base, and I think that I really like the fact that it feels like in each series there's like the winning a character over arc, right? And with the second series, it was kind of a mix of Jamie and obviously the therapist character. And I feel like this series, it's definitely about the COO that works at Keely's firm. I feel like she's going to be that character. Extremely puntable, yeah. Like, it's kind of great. He has... Actually, I think we should just quickly look at the Belgium under-23 squad, just in case, right? So why am I asking his agent? What's he going to say? I suppose actually asking his agent would have given us gives us a slightly lower fee at least. Youngster loan move is fine. Do you know what, mate? You want a loan move? I'm happy. 1 year. I'm going to go Natark on that one. Yeah. There we go. Just notice his name isn't even Tom. It's Ton. How much does he weigh? 14 stone. It's not quite a ton, but he's getting there. He does look actually... At least it's a region that actually looks their age for once, which is a nice change, isn't it? To be sorry, I don't know about too many. There is quite a few, but I still like it a lot. I also think the kits look way better, and the match day footage looks so much better. The Chelsea game from the second episode looked so good. Like, it looked way more immersive, right? Domestic clubs. Nobody's taking people offering to pay all their wages. So I actually have a video about this, John, that explains the exact methodology we work through, because it's sort of a bit counterintuitive. Because I assume what you're doing is you're offering them out specifically to Gibraltarian clubs, right? And then nothing happens. So there's some things that is exclamation mark loans. There's a few other things that you can do around that, which don't seem to make sense in your head. I.e., it's not something you think to do. But, for example, when you offer them out, sometimes wait a day and then offer them out again, and all of a sudden they're all wanted. It's really weird. You'll see exactly that thing happen later in today's video, today's stream probably. It's really, really weird. The clubs suddenly wake up. It's almost like the first one's kind of like a fax being like, anyone interested? And they kind of go, I don't know, what you got for me? And then you do it a second time and they go, oh, actually, yeah. Oh, the fuck off Trent Crip, yeah. Oh, I love Trent as a character as well. It's pre-recorded again, I know. It's how I always know what's going on. Yeah, and mentioned he used to be a professional footballer. He played like the third tier of Mexican football, didn't he? But regardless, that's still kind of sick that he went to acting from there. I got excited about that then. So it's 1,700 players. I'm just going to scroll until we find clumps of players that we've got a little bit more knowledge of, because otherwise it's going to be a bit fruitless for us. Some interesting options around, though. Remember the worst part? They do, but I feel like they're better. They are definitely... It's not as bad as the first season when they used Craven Cottage as the outside of Everton and you could still see Fulham badges all over it. I genuinely, when we watched that the first time, went, no, sorry, this is unacceptable. At least hide the Fulham badges, for crying out loud. Like, it's one of the worst things I've ever... Well, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. That's a massive hyperbole, but you know what I mean? Seeing that as a Fulham fan, yeah. 42nd, not bad. Roadblock. You smacked Leicester 4-0. Fair play. Recent episode was far from legit. Yeah, it wasn't, but at least it looked... maybe it's just I didn't notice it because I'm not a Chelsea fan, so I'm not familiar with the intricacies of the stadium, I guess. But it does look like... I mean, it's a beautiful area they film it in. Zava. Yep. He's clearly supposed to be Zlatan, isn't he? Like, it's not even subtle, but I do love it. Seeing Fulham... I would say it's neck and neck, Norden. And I think Nelson Mandela would agree. Imagine if there was a Zava. I will just go through this list and then I will get onto those two lookups as well, because I don't know if Hampus Vindel is actually in my database. No, I think he is. There's a Swedish guy that constantly gets looked up and he's never in my database. Kieran Redmond at Torquay. God, I get excited there and then let down. The thing is, some of these guys could be really good. Anchor's a terrible role to be looking for. Chat, you want to look at strikers, right? Let's have a look at strikers. Strikers are fun. Although Castillo is an absolute baller, I still feel like we're missing that one guy that's going to be the guy. So I want finishing... and I want composure. And then... maybe even pace, honestly. I do like a pacey striker on top of that. Actually, now that I've got that sorted, let's just have a look at some of these quick lookups, because that won't... hopefully it won't forget. To be fair, I actually think that West Ham agreeing to be the bad guys, I actually think that's kind of good PR, because it sort of it shows that you can take a joke, and you're not just like, hyper, oh, we have to be the good guys and everything. I respect West Ham more for the fact that they were willing to be the bad guys. That's just my opinion on it, but I actually really like the fact that they did that. I think we're kind of in an age now where PR is a bit differently now, and you can actually get away with that a lot more. And I think it's actually kind of sick that they're the bad guys. Because, yeah, their name gets to be brought up way more. Because imagine if they said no, and then they were, all right, we'll just pick someone else, and they're just not in it. It's like, all right, well, then you've just lost a huge PR opportunity there. If Fulham had said they were going to be the bad guys, I'd have been well up for that, you know? It wouldn't have worked, though, because of the club stuff. It just wouldn't have been the same, yeah. But I think that's why Nate's such a cool character, because the character art they did on him. At first, when Pog and I were sort of the way he was reacting in Season 2, we were like, oh, but I actually think they've done... It's just a really good show. Yeah, it's just great. I just really enjoy it. So this is Hampus Vindel at Salernitana, interestingly. Fulham will be fine. True. Nah, Fulham have got quite a big American fan base because obviously the sheer amount of American players we've had over the years. Like, we've had so many. I can't remember the last time there wasn't an American playing for Fulham. Hey, Leaf, how's it going? Hello, Silveretta. How's your day? Now, back to my piss beer. But that's exactly it, Agent. Yeah, it's not a show about football. It's a show that happens to use football as a backdrop, right? Always use Jules Gordon for... Yeah, well, this is a weird one because for me, like, Jules Gordon, on my last few saves, on the last few FMs, have done amazingly. Like, they've become a legitimate European contender, i.e. they've won Europa Leagues and Conference Leagues on various saves I've done. They were probably the strongest Scandi side during my entire last save. It was brilliant. I love Clint Dempsey too, just for that chip against Juventus, and along with all the other things, but that especially. Just on Apple TV. Yeah, I mean, I don't have Apple TV. Although, what I would say is Apple TV, as far as streaming services go, are putting out some genuinely good stuff lately, and I don't say that lightly, as you know I'm pretty, like, picky when it comes to TV shows in that sort of sense. But Shrinking is really good as well. They do some good shit. No, but I think it's just charming, innit? Like, miles ahead of third. Oh, for sure, yeah. Jules Gordon became an absolute huge team in my building, not my building a nation save, in my Nordic Nomad save. They were easily the best Scandi side by miles. God damn it, Zava. Why couldn't you have a shorter name? So the problem with Zava is with 6,000 people. I'm going to refund your points because there's not... I wish FM would allow an advanced search. Imagine that. Isn't Jamie Tart spelled with 2 T's on the end? Honestly, by the way, if FM knew... If they had any brain in terms... Which they obviously do. They'd be trying to get in on some kind of Ted Lasso licensing for FM24. Even if it's just, like, certain things. Like, do you know what I mean? It'd be such an easy win. Maybe that's why, actually. Maybe there's like a... What's the word I'm looking for here? An exclusivity thing that they can't do. Perhaps. No, nothing yet, Basil. We've only been... We were literally just about to start looking at some players. Because I'm excited about some of these... Particularly when you see guys like this. It just intrigues me to see... Temp polls maybe aren't amazing on him, but... Uruguayan... 21-year-old, you know, it's just like exactly the type of player that we want to be looking for at this point. Let me get rid of it. I'll refund your points on Jamie Tart as well. And Obisanya. That might be... Oh, Chloe one. They have believed. They do, exactly. Which is obviously a nice touch, but I do feel like there's something that can be done there. Even if it's just like, just a little thing, you know? Have the players in it, license kits or something. Just little stuff that could be a really nice little tie-in. Have like a little modded thing that comes with it that you can have Richmond in the Premier League in the same way. I know you could do that with an extended database, but it'd be cool if they could license that in some way. They have believe. Well, you know, on the main menu, it's been in there for the last 2 games. Having to create a club, maybe, yeah. I don't know how they'd go about licensing that, and maybe it's an issue with the Premier League potentially. That might be what it is actually, because obviously the Premier League itself isn't licensed, so maybe there's other stuff in between. I don't know. There's all sorts of reasons, though, I suspect. Yeah, so no, unfortunately, there. Oh, so you can hang on. I would back out and show you it, but I don't know if it doesn't always appear, and it depends on the size of club you are. So big clubs it doesn't always appear on, and I don't know if we're past that point yet. I believe you. But yeah, if someone could like maybe grab a screenshot for Anderson, I could show it. So yeah, let's have a look at Luciano Lopez. Is it the change room? Oh, it is, isn't it? I might scout him anyway, honestly. There's something there. Hello, James. How many loans are you up to in our battle? Rosenberg, guy at Bodder, but he's got no dribbling. He's an F-rated. Oh, yeah. No point in looking at guys we've already got knowledge of. But actual, like, full-on scouting knowledge. Soccer and Harchester United. Yeah! Well, I feel like Ted Lasso's kind of taken on that mantle, innit? I mean, they actually sell the Richmond FC shirts, and I bet they're ridiculously expensive, but they do look kind of sick this year anyway. Here we go. Yeah, so there you go. This is exactly what mine would have looked like anyway, because it's literally an MTK save. But yeah, there you go. It's up in the top corner there. Renford Rejects, yes! Great theme tune to that show as well. Right. Just look for little clumps. If you see anyone as well, don't be afraid to, like, yell at me. Benjamin Heck. I like him because, well, he's probably not even getting near to their youth teams yet, but he's only 15. Nice attributes there. Maybe not the quickest, but also Admiral Vaca have ridiculous youth facilities. There was, I think it was on Football Cliches earlier this week, they were specifically talking about fictional football shirts, how there were some, like, Harchester United shirts on classic football shirts. Speaking of which, I can now finally get in this Namibia top, and that makes me happy, because I haven't been able to wear this much since I bought it last year. I actually got to 118. Oh, I'm still one behind you. God damn it. That makes me sad. I'm going to have to really step my game up this summer. That guy's got some... Oh, no, we've already seen him before. Any goals with this window? The goal with this window really is actually to probably make money rather than buy, because we've already got some players coming in. But I want to find a few bargain players, potentially, if we can, or just an outright baller. That's why we're looking in this sort of 18... Well, technically, we're looking in the 15 to 21 range, just to see anyone. Wait, is Ben Foster actually fully signed for Wrexham now? Because someone mentioned something about that earlier. What's the story there? He's... Running's going really well. I've run 3 days in a row now this week. I've moved over to an intermediate 10k training plan, which has like 4 runs a week. So it actually has like speed work and tempo training in the middle of it. Also, because my watch was fucking up, I've got like a chest strap heart rate monitor now, which I tested today. And my God, it's so much more accurate. So much more accurate. It's like you can actually see, because Strava gives you like an elevation chart in the background with your heart rate, and you can actually see my heart rate going up and down as I went over elevated sections of the path, if you like. Brilliant. Which means my heart rate is lower than I thought it was, because it's slightly better. But yeah, I'm probably doing like between 20 and 25 kilometers a week now, which is better. It's getting up there, but I feel so much better about it, and I feel really good too. Like I feel mentally really good, which is nice. I'm training for this 10k in Northampton in May, I think it is. Actually, probably should register for that at some point. Injury up there, half the team is held hostage, yeah. Or the team bus has blown up or something. Didn't that happen? That feels like something that would have happened, right? To be fair, though, what I would say is some of the quality of player you've got out on loan does seem to be slightly higher than ours. So that either means that maybe our first team is better, or you're just finding better players than I am. You're out of Northampton. It actually starts and ends at Sixfields. Well, this is the thing. I have a Garmin watch, and that's exactly what it used to do. But my chest strap monitor seems to be way better than that. I did everything they said, that, like wetting the electrodes before I strapped it on, got it tight and stuff like that. Really useful. Sixfields. Yeah, I don't know. It was the only one that was sort of the right amount of time away from when I started the plan. Plus, I thought, it starts in a football stadium. It's near in, well, not that near at all. Actually, it's probably like an hour and a half away. But like, it's close enough. I still want to train to do... I want to do the Rutland half, but that's like really soon, so I'll do it next year. Because that's the one that I was training for when COVID hit, and then fucked my entire fitness levels up for like 3 years. Oh. You saw Raymond's Collis live? Hell yes! And did he score? What did Raymond's do? That's so Raymond's. Because quite a lot of young players in this list, actually. Even though we're not specifically looking for like your 15, 16, 17-year-olds. A few of them seem to be showing up anyway. Schalke and Monaco are probably better than we've got any right to be signing from. Plus, the dribbling on some of these guys is woeful. Okay, this is more like it. But this kind of extra knowledge here. We've never scouted these players, but we have a decent amount of base knowledge, and I believe part of that is because of the extra scouting knowledge that we've attained through the ridiculous methods we've been putting together over the last couple of years. Oh. That guy's got some nice little... particularly as he's Belarusian as well. Energetic Bugoo. Get a little scout report. Oh, no. There we go. That's what I want. Nice. We take those. Target heart rate. Yeah, most of the time they say zone 2. So I try to aim for zone 2, but what zone 2 is will differ depending on the person. You'll have to work out what your heart rate zones are. But when I'm doing most of my runs are in zone 2 I try to keep them in zone 2, which does mean sometimes running a lot slower than you suspect you would. Oh yeah, actually, this guy here, as good as he, well, sorry, as much as free as he is he worth us actually trying to sign? Yeah. That's the question. Hang on, what was Silveretta asking? Oh, new bedding. Oh, running shoes. There's a brilliant website, Silveretta, by the way, that it's called like Running Dog or Shoe Dog or something, and it's like an actual it's, what's the word I'm looking for? You go through like a system and it will tell you, it will ask you different questions about things like high arches, do you want more cushion, etc, etc, etc. Too slow. Bear in mind, he's not assigning specifically for us. He would just be for the loan farm. We're never going to have him play for us. That's not my point. This is how we find these guys. But is there better ones about, is my question. But yeah, you can go through like this questionnaire and it will find you shoes, or at least a type of shoe that might suit you best. So for example, I have Nike Zoom Fly ones at the moment, which I use. And before that, I had Pegasus. Nike Pegasus 76, I think they were, or 46. Pronation, yeah. So is it under or over pronation? Because I had a problem with I also had a problem with heel striking initially, but I've noticed that I get a tight Achilles if I turn my feet in too much when I run sometimes. Yeah, Hoka as well. I have Hoka trail shoes, which I don't use as very often, for obviously don't go trail running very often, but I have Hoka, might even be Hoka, no, I can't remember what they're called, but they're Hoka trail shoes, really good. They lasted me brilliantly in Norway. Hey, McCallion, how's it going, man? Aim to sign up to, well, we want to be finding like a guy, do you know what, I think we should just, as long as his wage is like, wait, hang on. He's one of the freebies, isn't he? I think we might just pick him up. As long as his wage is within like the couple of £100 a week, I think he's actually the exact type of player that we want. Just those guys. To be fair, I have been meaning to get a new set of shoes because I've been running the same pair of shoes like 4 years now, which is way too long. They are absolutely like dead, basically. And where are you up to, McCallion? Because I can give you a catch up. Want to vomit and faint? Yep. First time I did it, and the first few times I've gone back to it as well. Chronicle Procrastinator. I felt the exact same way. But then it passed, and I felt brilliant, and it never happened again. Like, you didn't... The second or third time, you just don't get the same exact... it just doesn't happen. It's weird. Xeno Quint is a really cool name. Just to show you about the quality of the player behind it. Season 2, holy shit. That is a long way behind, admittedly. A lot has happened in that time. For example, we have 117 loans. Face kicker! Thank you very much for the 30 months.
Came to pay my homage to Twitch's most adequate FM agent. Good to see you, friend. You have been missed.
Been missed? I haven't been anywhere. Basically. What's happening? I am literally a loan shark. True. 117 loans. No, I did. Don't mind me. Unfortunately, his wage demands are absolutely ludicrous, Brazio, because of his Manchester United history. Even though he wasn't like a coach there, it seems to make them demand really high wages, even if they're shit. So the plan is we're going to give Tom Cantwell the role next year if Emmett doesn't buck his ideas up, you know? That's the plan, anyway. Look back there. Oh, we can. That's the beauty, though. We can have both. If they're free, we can grab both. Lawson Hartman. I'm more than happy to grab both. I can see no way this can go wrong. Lawson Hartman. Oh. He's terrible, but it is a good name. He sounds like an F3 driver. Do you know what I mean? I feel like... But he wouldn't be English. He'd be like from like New Zealand or Australia or something. Or even maybe South Africa. Do you know what? That's what he reminds me of for some reason. M-Cock, thank you very much for the 14 months. How are you, man?
Hello, beautiful.
Hello. How's it going? So what was this other free Brazilian I was promised? Oh, this guy here. Alessandro. Oh, Polk. Polk. I always knew you were my favourite president. That's a much better shout. He's miles better. Still not fast, but he's a lone farmer if I ever did see one. Actually, I will ask his agent, because that could potentially allow us to... Yeah, these guys are going to be... Oh, okay, we didn't work that time, but I think we should always do that just in case. A couple of more freebies. Lovely shout. That's a great one. I've been out of town. Oh, shit. Well, I hope you're okay, Face Kicker. Normal shenanigans are the best things. Cubs trying to buy them. Because... Well, okay, so partly it's because in FM23, the valuations are dynamic in the sense that if a clubs are interested in your players, you notice that the valuation will start to climb. So, for example, we had a guy that was worth 160 million pounds. He's now down to 30 because clubs have stopped being interested. When that interest comes back, the valuation will soar. So it feels like the clubs are always bidding under the valuation because the valuation is almost like a ceiling that then keeps getting raised, almost like in like a stock chart with like the pips. It's like it just keeps going to the next level. We say there's a Nigerian there too, or was he further down? Oh, that guy. No, it can't be that guy, right? Was he further up or further down? Because there's a Nigerian there, but that can't be him. Let's go further down. See if we can find some more. Ooh. Bordeaux, though. And also slightly older. Good player, potentially, but already playing games for Bordeaux's second side. And I think their first team, too, actually. A couple of nice little Mulder and Norwich. Joachim Engelhardt. Sometimes you can just tell. He's got really good work rate as this dude here. Borislav Jinchev. 18. There might be a bit there, potentially. Never know. McCallion with the 16 months. You love to see it.
Thanks to the world's okay streamer.
Oh, Nigeria's in your save. Shit. And there I was looking for him. Everything is being... Oh, that sucks. Oh, and you're elated. Oh, managed. I thought it said mangled. I first read that as everything's being mangled, and I'm elated about that. But no, as long as you're okay, man. That's the main thing. Oh, dear. Little scrolly scroll. Kievo. Oh, that again. 16 at Kievo. Massimo Lerza. Why not sign all of them? Because there's 4,400 players here. And I know we have a budget, but it doesn't quite stretch that far. It's close, but... Ooh. Oh. Okay. Maybe. Free transfer. Baba Traore. Not with that. You're right. I just don't have a can-do attitude, chatter. That's the problem. He is slow as fuck. Oh my god. He is a glacier of a human. In fact, if glaciers moved as slow as him, the ice caps might not be melting as fast. Like, that's actually incredible. Any Hondurans in the squad? No. We've mostly been packing it out with Hondurans. Oh, wait, no, we do have a Honduran. We do, because Alvarado's a Honduran. We do have a Honduran. He moves backwards. Yeah, literally, he can run in reverse. So he has no agent, but he's also... We'll just get him anyway. Right? We got it. Long contract. Whip that wage down. £230 weight. Beautiful. No, he has no physical ability. I'm actually surprised. I'm fairly certain he might be the first FM regen that has muscular dystrophy. And I don't know if we really should be signing him, truth be told. Let's see. What was it? Wait, I didn't know you were Honduran, face kicker. That's news to me. Brilliant news. Where is the... We just use general. It's just easier. Oh, that... What I'm at. Ah, there he is. Alvarado. He's our resident Honduran. You can tell, because he's got that giant H on him. Yep, no, literally, your nan probably could get going. She, on a bike, easy. 49 players. Oh, yeah. What? Normally we'd go mental, but we've got a bit of a money problem this year, and we are going to have to sell someone, but we can't do the selling until we actually get to the window, because no one's interested yet. US for 30. Oh, that's kind of sick, though. He is hella decent. Yeah, he was better. I mean, he's got 68 caps for Honduras at the age of 23. I think the only reason... Let me just turn this back to comparison again. He's just been kept out of the side a little bit by... I hate that it does it like that. Why does it... Ugh. Honestly, Charlie, I think you'll find that... I realise that obviously the... The console version is more simplified because it has to be because of the controller setup, but it's actually not as complicated as you might think it is. It just takes a little... FM has a steep learning curve and it's not the best for tutorials, but the great thing about it is you can do as little or as much as you want. You don't have to play it like a neurotic idiot like I am. If anything, I would advise against it. Mika, thank you for the follow. Oh dear. Right, where was I? Oh yes, we were looking at Baba Traore and co. Robin Bourne. Bourne not that long ago, apparently. Give me a fun where was he born? Birmingham. Oh dear. No one wants to be born in Birmingham. Pog had that. Let's see. Jürgen Leitner? No, just like random couple of good attributes sticking out. I want to just see like a sea of green. That's what I want. Bruce Springsteen would be super glad. Pakshi, Cluj. Oh, show me Cluj. Come on. A decent Romanian player. Probably not, but still, worth a go. Victor E2 is a cool name. That'll do. I just want little clumps of colour. Just like that. Peter Novak, Slovan Bratislava. No dribbling ability, but worth a go, right? Little bit there. Wow, these guys really lack a dribble. 2 over 1. Oh, for sure. Yeah. It's super... Like, it's a very complex game. I understand now it's like... It's kind of... I suspect it's what it's like when I go to watch any other game, like any kind of Paradox type game, like your CKs now. I imagine that's exactly what it's like coming to FM, honestly. Scouting, I can't get a hold of. Now I suspect, Charlie, that's partly because, particularly in this year's version of the game, I truly believe the scouting has been made so much worse. So that probably isn't helping, I suspect. There's a lot of slow strikers. They all think that they've seen one Papa Fay success, and they're like, I want to be him. Get better role models, I say. Not everyone needs to be Papa Fay. The man can do it, but at what cost? Ooh. I'm loving that we got this amount of knowledge of players, though. The fact that, like, a random dude in Congo, we have not a decent, but more than we would have had before, I suspect. Anyway, it says a guy called Thierry. Where was he? Thierry Casareka. Where was he? Was he further up? Guy plays for Lao Police. Watch out. Oh, double-barreled tie name. Always a good sign. Oh, down. Oh, down. Okay, wow. Man, you're ahead of the game. Oh, there. To be fair, at 15, that's not bad attributes. Pace again, absolutely lost. Not meaning FFP. I believe you get a ban and a fine, but I think there's definitely, you get like a 1-season ban. We've never actually had it happen, thankfully, but it's been bloody close a few times. Charlie Coates, thank you so much for the brand new tier 1. Welcome to the club, friend. That's very kind of you. But yeah, the scouting stuff is basically FM tries. I assume you'd have been funneled into the recruitment focus like thing. So I don't use it at all. I literally do not use it. We tried it, but then got better results doing it our own way, basically. 1 season from Europe. Yeah, that makes sense. Where's my fidget thingy gone? I'm starting to fidget a little bit. Don't need that. Oh, this is more like it. This is much more like it. Although I'm a little bit perturbed as to how on earth he is considered that bad. Is he just me, or is he like kind of speed, composure, finishing, first touch, dribbling? He's 6 foot. He's got good jumping reach. He's got okay mentals. What is drawback on him? I feel like we scout him again. He's actually solid. Felt the championship. Oh shit. Juan Ramon maybe at Tenerife. He's kind of poggy as well. 21 admittedly. This recruitment meetings. Oh, believe me, I don't even use recruitment focuses. Recruitment meetings must be the dumbest thing. To be fair, I've never actually used any of the meetings that the game throws at you because they're all just things that you can do in other menus, but it's just more clicks that you have to do. I've never really understood the point of any of those. No worries, Charlie. If you've got any more questions, drop them in chat, and either I or anyone else in chat will be happy to try and help. Again, solid option. 20 years old. Maybe it's just a lack of... Some of these guys, though, might be actually quite worth picking up for loan farms if they're cheap enough, just because of the sheer quality they've got. Because after all, attributes really do matter. Maybe he's an arsehole. Maybe. Even more reason to bring him in, right? Irish guy at Telford United. Gimme, gimme, gimme. This is a bit more like it, though. John Best. What about John Mid? That's what he feels like to me. Gabriel Howdem at Sturmgrass. He must be, yeah, really expensive. Although actually quite good attributes there. Damn. Now we've got loads of knowledge on all of these guys, which is great, but it's also confusing. Because now I actually have to pay attention. He's on loan from like Juventus or something. All right, Sampdoria. Good player, but that loan is an issue. What about you? Oh, that's Newcastle. He's Aid Kane. Yeah, sometimes they are cheap. Thoughts on the squad planner. Honestly, I didn't even need to use that to know I was never going to use it because we haven't actually most. There was a lot of things that I thought the squad planner could have been, and none of them were the things it actually was. As in, I tried to think of ways that it could be a useful addition to the game, and then unfortunately, when the game came out, none of those things were involved. It's just another menu I don't use. But again, if someone finds it useful, then I guess that's what it is. It just kind of, I don't know. I would have rather seen that development time spent on other things. Let's put it that way, I suppose. Not that, you know, it's an either-or situation. Delegate to staff. Yeah, indeed. Nothing happens for me. Yeah, pretty much. So the idea, basically, Charlie, is what they're supposed to be. The idea is that you set up a thing and you say, I want to look for X, Y, or Z. The problem is, it doesn't give you a lot of, like, you'll find way more players just by setting this really low and then looking at the players they bring to you manually rather than expecting them to filter out. Basically, by doing this, you're asking your scouting team to filter through the players for you. And by doing that, they tend to just exclude really good players constantly. We did a few tests with this and found that by strapping it deeper, it was better. But truth be told, I just don't use them because the manual scouting for me, going out and finding the players yourself, one, it's quite rewarding too. And two, you have total control over it, and that's just the way I like to do it. But I understand that that can be quite, like, dynamic manager timeline. Dynamic, just no. Gazna. Oh, a Brazilian for free. All right, where are we looking? Brazil. This guy here. Oh, no, it's Fabio. Oliver Holden, Orlando City. Oh, no, it's a different guy. Oh, actually, hang on, David. Oh, down. God damn. Look at you lot, always looking ahead. Oh, yeah. Oh, Gaznier. Yeah. No. Oh, I don't know about him. I'm not sure. I think like he might even be a bit shit for us. Not for us, but like I think he might not actually be. Got to draw the line somewhere, right? I feel like he might be just below the line on that one. Oh, we got Kalmar. Jordan Pet. Oh, Jordan Petterson. Jonathan Petterson. Not bad, actually. He might have something there. Potentially. 30 level. Yeah, but the thing is with the 30 not being turned on, I think that would cause problems, and it would sort of defeat the. It wouldn't like gain us anything with him being in the loan farm, particularly, other than just having a higher number, I guess. You at Racing Club, Javier Mourinho. He just about looks 20, I suppose. Ah, there we go. It's more like it. Listen to players by ability, not randomly and stuff. Yeah, that, and I just wish if the squad planner had a setting in it whereby you could create the custom priority lists for the players and then it used that to help you do squad selection, my god, that would be a cool feature. I don't know, One Club Champ. I'm trying to. I always like to give SI, or the devs at SI specifically, the benefit of the doubt with things like this because, and again, they're just doing what they're asked to do. But for that one, for me, it feels like someone further up just went, we are lacking a feature here. Has anyone got anything knocking about that's like a, something that you would just put in and they're going, that'll do. It's, yeah. So what I would love from a squad planner is how you can prioritize the players. So you can put them in certain orders. If I then took that over to the selection advice, that then prioritized that. So if a player was unavailable, it would automatically pick the player that I had set as the second priority for that role. Imagine how good that would be. Because then you could set the priority order perfectly how you want it, and then it wouldn't be a case of having to fuck about with the squad every single time there was an injury or a suspension or something. You just hit selection advice, and it would dump that in. Or not even selection advice, just another button that says planner, recommend from planner or something. If that was in the game, that would be amazing. Use it for rotate. Yeah, that's the thing as well. That's another great point. So say you went into this and you're like, shit, we need to rotate because we've got a Champions League game coming up. Okay, I'll go select from planner, drop down, second string. And it would just immediately fill the entire team with the second string of players. Or third. And obviously there's going to be mismatches because certain players aren't always going to be available. But then it would prioritize. Imagine how cool that would be. It's just little things like that. That's what I was hoping it was going to be. Or something along the lines of that. There was something else as well that I can't remember what it was. Anchor's actually not the most needed. The problem is scouting for anchors is really, really tough because of the way that scouts, you can kind of do it already. I'm very interested in that. Just save lineups. Yeah, but save lineups don't really work because save lineups only include the players that you have in that specific lineup. And what I'm talking about is a weighted system. So if you had one player missing, it would fill it with the second best player that you have decided is the second in command for that role. You can't do that with lineups unless you somehow saved separate lineups for every single player missing, and it just seems like a needless convolution of the point. Rotation, true, but sometimes you don't want to rotate every player. You want to have sort of semi-priority in that, and I think that's what I mean. I'm trying to create that's what I would like to see, a system where within it doesn't have to be full rotation, but the problem is the full and half rotation shit when you select that doesn't actually do that basically. And the squad depth page went missing until Saz brought it back. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I think finding centre-backs and just short centre-back, transfer them to anchor role seems to be the play, right? Unless you find a natural anchor, which is pretty rare these days. But I think our best bet with some of those is just literally short centre-back. Better than nothing, I guess. Oh, yeah, but true. Oh, no. There are ways around. But my point is that you shouldn't have to use a workaround. Like, I'm suggesting things that they could innovate and actually implement that would work really well for the game. And I feel like we should at least be able to hold them to a higher standard than it's better than nothing, I guess. You know, when they're asking you to pay for a product, after all. And I feel like you should at least be held to a certain standard with that, right? Or a certain level of expectation about things. Oh, a couple of free Brazilians. They are rubbish. Oh, dare indeed. Said about, well, we'll have a look for some more strikers first, because they're just fun. One of these days, we're going to stumble upon the guy. That's my hope, anyway. Particularly as we're currently in between clumps here. So in a minute, we'll get some more composure stats through. There we go. Vieira, Dumont. God, Omogba. Kaduna United. Ah, God, he looks so good from the outside, but then you get in there. Permutations are in a 25-man squad. I mean, an infinite, really. It's well, if it's a 25-man squad, you're looking at permutations by 25 times 11. Well, not even that, is it? It's like many different within that. Truth be told, one club champ, but for start, it's none of my business at the end of the day. I'm just one dude, right? I just have a slightly bigger voice than the average player, just on account of the fact that I am public facing. But also, FM is not made for me. FM is made for everybody. And I feel like that's something that sometimes creators can get stuck in the mind of what's good for me and not what's good for everybody. Now, I do believe that that would work for everybody. And I do try to, when I think of ideas that I would like to see, and I do try to think of, would this benefit everybody? And is it worth the time? And I believe like that's one of the things that I believe genuinely would be. This Hurley fella then. Oh, indeed. A little bit of Hurley. Hungarian sides all got knocked out relatively early this year because we got some dreadful draws, including 2 of them. Any draft competitions? Probably not at the moment, Smitten Collar, no. I'm not really a big fan of that type of... It's not really how I like playing FM, honestly. Like, I do them occasionally as a bit of fun, but that's not really what I enjoy. I don't really enjoy PvP with FM, to be honest. It's too random and nonsensical a lot of the time. But yeah, that's Hurley. Our lovely Mexican import. Soon to be, anyway. He's very good. Particularly as, obviously, he's good here, but he's also good on both feet, which means we can train him to play on the left as well. And he'll be completely comfortable moving around roles in this team, which is why I'm excited about him. He is 24, which is quite old for us, but when you find a player like that, you just got to go for it, right? You said there was a 6'8" dude in here. Where's my 6'8" guy? Oh, there he is, Scott Collier. He's not even awful either. What's his injury? Please don't be too bad. It's only a fractured toe, Scott. Suck it up, buddy. Not heard from lost anyway. No. We should give him the number 42, though. Sounds like swapping wingers. Well, we have been using swapping wingers, but ironically, we've just turned it off because I think our new strategy actually works better without them. Because they don't always work with... When we were playing inside forwards on both sides, it made sense because it's the same role. But now that we've got a Trek on one side and an inside forward on the other, it doesn't work as well with the swapping wingers. He's quite good. Willie Fairber. If that's... He is definitely worth a scout for my liking. He's a bit expensive, which is probably the problem there, but he's not bad. There's also this guy, Independiente Medellin, who looks pretty good, honestly. Probably a bit more of a scout needed there, too. To ask him. Guy Centric... Oh, that's Scott Collier again. I just got excited about him twice. Julian Buck at Karlsruhe. Okay. Bit of him. Guy at Sydney FC. Wow, all the Australians coming along. Yeah, it seems like you did a lot then. Champions League format change. Oh, that's starts in Season 3. I think it's Season 3. 2024-25 season is where that change will happen, because that's based on real life. Oh, guy at Dunas Estrada. Okay, bit of there. That's a bit of all right. João Conte. How much do we want to get involved with him? Then again, Portugal have been dumping out some wonderful players lately. Rio Grande Valley. Valley? For Diego Gonzalez. He's a bit okay. Striker from Anderlecht. Do I fancy paying loads of money for a... I mean, admittedly, he's super cheap. For a striker from Belgium. Probably not. I've learned my lesson there. I've been burned before. Hector Gomez from North Texas. Oh, that's FC Dallas' like affiliate side, isn't it? How does it work? So top 8 teams go through and they get to skip a round of knockouts, and then 9th through 16th plays 17th through 24th. In like they're seeded for that, and then there's a round before that, and then the winners of that then go through and play the top 8, and they're seeded for that, and that's how it works basically. As far as the knockouts go, anyway. Halverig. Oh, he's fast. He's not very composed, but he is fast at least. Pretty gentleman too. Western Sydney Gymnastique. Vaz Franco. Oh, okay. Yeah, apologies if I missed any free Brazilians. We can come back to those in a sec. Oh, come on, FM. How many people? 82 people. Just show me the guy who's called that. Luckily, we can just... Oh, Simao Faz. Oh, wow, that's a surname. Yeah, why not? In for a penny, eh? We do love a free Brazilian. Keeps us in good shape. Fuck it, let's do centre-back so we can try and find an anchor via that way. And also potentially a good centre-back while we're at it. Centre-backs are usually easy to find anyway. One of these days, though, we are going to find that striker that we've been wanting. Although it might end up being Castillo. He is very good. So I want tackling as a priority. Then marking and heading, really, I suppose. Although, actually, jumping reach, maybe. Actually, no, because I don't really care about the jumping reach. Because we're looking at literally guys that could play as an anchor as well. So it doesn't matter if they're super tall. No, you don't, Devlin. Now, that might have changed in the newest update of the game. But as how it worked before, no, you don't. You actually didn't get... Not only did you not get money, but you didn't get coefficient for it either. So it felt like it was actually better to come 9th and then beat a team and get through there. As we did once or twice. It's... Yeah. It feels like it's... There's no way that's how it would be in real life. Because it would actually punish teams for coming top 8. Yes, we've had 2 bids of over 100 million. In fact, no, we've had multiple bids. We had bids of over 100 million for Suhi. We had bids of over 100 million for Seri and for Montiel as well. Yeah, honestly, Devlin. So it's Philip Rolfe, who's at Norwich, so he'll be expensive just because English tax. Bloody hell, he might be quite good, though. Might even be worth paying in English tax on someone like him. Naldinho at Bahia. Again, not bad. Actually, some good plays there. Rayo Hatate. Didn't we play against Hatate earlier in this... Not today, obviously, but like in last stream. I swear he was in that Celtic... Was he at Celtic side? Oh, he's at Braga, so no. Although we might have played against him for Braga. Free transfer. Wow, he just did not play. Celtic just never gave him a chance to really flourish. Then off he comes to Portugal and is absolutely killing it. Surprising, actually. Max age on. It depends on what I'm looking for. So at the moment we're looking for younger players, so I just set the max age. Sometimes I'll set it to 18, but I've got it set to 21 just in case there's like a... One of those... Sometimes you get these players that emerge, develop really well, and are brilliant by the age of 21, but they're just sort of stuck at these random teams in South America often, or in Africa, and you can pick them up absolutely brilliant. So that's why we're doing that. God, he's out of contract, so he is, yeah, but he's also on 25 grand a week. Obviously, you'd want a bit less than that to come here, but we're so stacked in this area of the pitch anyway. In fact, it doesn't really suit our style anyway. And it's 33. It seems like the exact opposite of what we want. Hello, Pog. How go, Big Chief? Hello. You right? Yeah. Nelson van der Veen. Don't mind a bit of that. Oh, hang on. Mohammed Jeffrey, which is a great name as well. He has some lovely ass... His tent poles are gorgeous. Like, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Aggression very low. Concerning. Bravery would have to be really high to make up for that. Although, do I want that? Haven't had an above C-rated play. That's kind of mad. Where have you been scouting? It's a wild pog, I know. Catch it. Catch it. Catch him. Oh, I don't know. Oh, Mameloni Sundowns. Nicholas... I nearly read that as Molestane. Moletsane. Not bad, though. Not... No. What, Molestane? Yeah. They found it at Epstein's Island. There's a whole vat of it there. Oh, dear. Oh, yeah, we get to do the trials again, for sure. Nicky Moleste. Underneath that, Kelly Geebles, which I really like too. Oh, God. Centre-backs, there's just so many players that can cover these kind of attributes. Sticky Nicky? The guy at odds, Dennis Fossey. 6'6". Now we're talking. Whereabouts in Brum? Like sort of out towards like not Bromsgrove, but like out that sort of way. Seth, thank you very much for the 8 months. Don't know why my brain struggled there. Oh dear. Oh, in the youth intake. Oh no, we've had those, I think. It will depend on the quality of your squad. Who are you managing, KJ? Because that really does matter. Trials won't include as they fill up the ins. Really? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Oh, Sunderland. That does surprise me. But I guess if they're like, whereabouts are you? Presumably Premier League by now. So it's often tougher. Like, we haven't had a good youth intake for a while ourselves either. Seems like oh, does that mean there was a Thai dude? Did I miss a Thai? Oh, Ittyporn. Ittyporn. Great first name. Ittyporn Utamarat. Champions League. Yeah, I mean, the fact is, at that kind of level, think of how good a player is in your team and how good a youth player would have to be to even have that kind of rating. Less than the half. Yeah, that's happened. It's getting that way here, Seth. It's not quite there yet. But for example, on my last save, at one point, Sligo Rovers, when they had an issue and it meant that all their loans came back, they had 5 senior players at the club. They had to spend the entire summer buying players just to fill the gaps, basically. It was great. Victor Vega. Love the name. Smiley gent. Only 17 as well. Good jumping reach on him as well. And just think what his PA could be, Basil, because I still think he's got more to come. I don't think he's even close to his max PA yet. Marius Sophocleus. Okay. Do like me a Cypriot. There's a couple of guys been... Wait, he ended up at PSG. Not playing for them, of course, but he did end up there. 1.6 billion. It's the guy we nearly signed. Let's see. Yeah, we're in that weird bit now. If you do see a random freebie, let me know. Oh, maybe Fabien Lemire Empoli. Oh, he's... For some reason, his name sounded French. Yeah. Montevarchi, but second French nationality does make sense. Guy at Midtjylland, Henrik Moritzen. Fuck it, why not? And the guy underneath him, actually, at Napredak. Ivan Barisic. Maybe. Call them... Oh, yeah. I suppose if you were getting too if they were getting too close to taking the title, you could just recall all the loans in January. That'd be funny. I think they could just change anchor to anchor from Anchorman to Anchor, because everyone I just call it an anchor anyway. So yeah. God, the fact that there's 3,500 players nearly. Well, actually nearly 4,000 on this. Diego Bigioni at Spezia. There was a Spezia dude I was looking at before who was kind of intriguing. Bear in mind, we do still have a lot of players that are actually already scouted as well that are going to be coming through them. Oh, hello, Gilson Jr. Free Brazilian. Yeah, it does face kicker. It applies just fine. I think I actually updated the title for it just to make sure that people understood that, because it does still work. That's what we've been doing. This is just a slight, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like a tangent for us to see if we can find any extra guys that may be knocking about randomly. Okay. Don't find a world with. It's fine. We're gonna press continue, chat. That's what we're gonna do. Wolf GT, thank you for the follow. We're gonna press continue. I'm ready for this. I don't have a tutorial about it, but there is a tutorial about it. Let me just do the. That is your That's where you'll find the link to the pack I'm using, and there's a tutorial in there. Right, boom, off we go. Watch a huge list of Brazilian players just appear. There they are. I think, are all of these just random free Brazilians we've looked at? Yeah, they are, aren't they? But it's fine, because I can hit them with the exact same contract. Which is... Wait, 2 years? Oh, it's because he's only 17. Alright, fine. I could have maybe hit him with another clause there. Reject the loan back. You're coming in. We know what we're doing with you. You, I can... See, you get the full 5. Alessandro, you lucky man. What was it to say? Yeah, no, it's because the system is actually completely the same in the background. Nothing's actually changed as far as the regen faces go, thankfully, because that would suck if they changed that for no reason. Oh, you want a bit more, which means you're not going to get it. There we go. Get him as well, and reject that loan back. Just nice to start off with a nice palate cleanser and just a few cheap, completely free Brazilians, just to whet the appetite for some scouting, right? There we go. That'll get all of those guys done. Now when the start of the window rolls right, it'll look like we've signed loads of people, even though it's just going to be a whole gaggle of free Brazilians to come in. It's going to be great. Has the knowledge updated? Good question. I'm trying to think how long has passed. We'll be able to tell very fucking quickly. Yes, it has. Look at that. Canada looking resplendent. Scotland also looking known. China good. Kazakhstan filled in. Oh, look at that. Ukraine now. The gaps are smallening. Yeah, it's a big file because it is just like a huge number of faces. Otherwise, you get loads of repeating otherwise. Maximam, thank you very much for the follow. Still no Bolivia. No, we definitely need to look for Bolivia next time. Maybe we can find a recruitment analyst with a bit of... Also, how do we fill in Greenland then? Since it didn't come with Denmark, which doesn't make any sense because it's literally geopolitically, it is a part of Denmark. And I was like, oh, maybe it's going to be silly and it will come with Canada because it's close. Nope, that didn't work either. Maybe we just never can get Greenland. It's its own country, but it is not though, is it? Because there's like weird... See, it's not listed as a country in game. Did you get the Faroes? That's a good question. Yeah, but the Faroes are listed as a separate country in FM, whereas Greenland are not. Born in Greenland. Well, I mean, the one player I can think of that was born in Greenland is Jesper Gronkjaer. The only way that... Hang on. There is a way that we could do this. But my guess is it will say Denmark. So hang on. Let me just clear this. There is a way that we can find out. I don't know if this still works. It did on previous games. But it's still quite rare. There we go. Right. Now we want... General place of birth. Contains nuke. Ah. One dude. Where is he? Here we go. So he was born in Nuuk, Greenland, but as you can see there, Denmark. The reason I knew that is because Nuuk I know is in the game, because I had to obviously do that to create the thing before with B67. There are teams in Greenland, B67 being the main one, but they're not actually in the game. Do we have Faroe Islands knowledge though? Well, but like I said though, but Faroe Islands is a separate... In the game, the Faroe Islands is a separate nation, so you'd need Faroe knowledge. You probably... I feel like you get most of that with the Danish knowledge, but that's the difference. You can't look up Greenland in the game. It doesn't exist in the same entity as Faroe Islands does. B67, as far as I know, aren't in the game. Yeah, unless Ordents have just eaten them. Not possible to gain knowledge. God damn it, FM. Let me dream, right? Yeah, we do need to get... Or our next Mateus Kate, the biggest one. Looks like you can't get Greenland. Oh, really? Also, can we talk about 94 scouts, please, for a second? I feel like we need to discuss the 94 scouts part there. Actually, this is with an edited database, because you've got the April 2022. Also, look at that bit of Togo. What have they done? 100% knowledge my front bottom. Maybe Togo just doesn't exist. Ah. Football Hub. We probably do, I think. I imagine we've got it just because of one of our Scandi scouts. It's just annoying you can't sort this by anything useful. We'll just have to look through. God, we have a lot of knowledge. We do have a lot of knowledge, though, which is really good. This might be the most knowledge I've ever had on FM. Finland. Oh, I feel like if it was going to be somewhere, it would be in there. So it appears that currently, which I believe is there, is that just a... I'm trying to work out if that's where the Faroe Islands is, or is that literally just some dirt on my screen? Hang on, can I see it on your screen too? Oh, no, that is the Faroe Islands. I thought I had some dirt on my screen. Oh, dear. Oh, God, what's James got? Oh. Wait, you've got a takeover. Oh. Oh, so that's... Right. Okay, so you've got your first takeover just like we did. So it looks like we don't have Faroe Islands knowledge yet, which is a shame. We will get there, though. Wait. Oh, that was second. Oh, interesting. Is he still out on loan? He is. Well, he was one of our first loan farm signings. He's been around the block a little bit. A few of them might leave in the summer. No extra money. No, of course not. No, because I think it's like an internal takeover, isn't it? The same way that we got one. The one thing I did forget to do off stream chat is replace the logo with the one with the 3 stars on it. That was the one thing I forgot. I was busy editing down the VOD from Tuesday night. I'm actually just some friendlies in a minute just so I can get that stuff started. Ah, so there's the first one. Lovely news. In fact, I'll do it now while I'm thinking about it.
Cooper, take
Well, that shows. That's good, I guess. Can you get Liechtenstein? Yeah, I think you can. As long as they're a nation that's in the game, I think you're fine. WXKTJSJ, thank you very much for the follow. Look at me getting that in one. Usually with names like that, I try to say them, and I'm just like, what are you doing, Matt? Like, why are you attempting this? I think what will happen is we'll actually get some more of these bits unlocked soon as well. But I think it's because we're not in next season yet, so it won't let me, yeah, do that. But I'll still schedule these ones because you've got to play against the Fotties. Where are they? Nearby. No, wait, they're very small, aren't they? Tiny feet. Oh, we'll play against Salt. If we can find like a Pepper while we're here. Play against them. Just knock some teams about a little bit more. Yep, I'd love some more, please. Thank you. If you'd be so kind. Tata. Yes, more Tatas, please. Salt, them, more Tatas. Good stuff. Round badge redesign. I'll ask Midjourney to redesign it for us. How many countries in FM? I guess the way to look at that would be to go to the FIFA rankings, right? As far as I know, if they exist in here, they can be scouted. Even these ones technically can be scouted, i.e. they have like national teams with players, but they're just not FIFA affiliated, so to speak. So it'll be 210. Oh, I can't select multiple teams. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So yeah, it's like 226 nations that you can technically scout, I suppose. Because all of these, they're clickable, ergo they can be, yeah. It's weird how some of these, I didn't know some of these weren't affiliated. Not that you're going to find the next big wonder kid probably in the Northern Mariana Islands, but you know a guy can dream, right? Oh. Okay, so Tata have accepted it. Good stuff. Stephen! Thank you for the 4 months. Oh, this is a long one.
Hey Matt and chat. I appreciate all the content you put out. Absolutely love it, and I want to thank you and the community to always helping me so detailed and so fast. Have a lovely Thursday, everyone.
I just want to talk about how Russell just said community. Chat, how do you feel about being the community? Oh, I see. I thought Russell was just like going off on one today. Russell's off his meds again. Thank you, Steve. That's really kind of you to say, though. And now you've created a meme. It's perfect. Let me just get these proper training schedules in. Pre-season 2 matches. Both the Hive and the community. You're a hive of villainy and a community of... I don't want to finish the sentence. Okay, so Ton is coming in. Traore is coming in. Alessandro's coming in. Oh, yeah, we signed those guys too, didn't we? Basically, what we've done so far, Stephen, is picked up what seems to be like 7 dudes on random free transfers, including the slowest striker that has ever existed. That's right. He is like Sunday League slow. Like Big Dave, who's been out of the pub the night before, takes an entire 12-inch pizza before he starts the game. That's this guy. Memes and freeze. Exactly. We're just a bunch of crazy memes and freeze. The idea being, we just wanted to get some like scout stuff done so that because we've only got like 120 players going through the scouting loop at the moment, we'll be able to get through those guys during stream. So I wanted some extra guys knocked on the end of that. Good stuff. Basque knowledge. They're only in the game as a second nationality, aren't they? Stavish pizza. What did you think I was going to say? I'm curious now. Eats flies. Not a lot on Ashishu, but just us picking up some random... Lots of free... I think that's 7 or 8 freebies we've just picked up. They're not actually going to join us until the 15th anyway. No, his name is Traore. He loves his baby oil. I gave Joao Virginia a new contract because... reasons. Because I'm not sure we're ready to replace him just yet. And I felt like just extending his deal can't hurt. So he's now got a new deal. As does Pereira, because he was up at the end of next season too. And I feel like he actually plays that Trek role really nicely. So it was worth keeping him around as well. Hoxo, thank you for the follow. Carlos Kaiser. The Malayan Kaiser. Maybe. He is the epitome. If an Ngonch could be a striker, that's him. Moses Jarju, new, bigger, Actually, weirdly, all 3 of those guys took wage cuts and I didn't have to, like, mess with the fight. Like, literally, they were just happy to accept a wage drop. Presumably because Moses is not really a starter for us anymore. At some point, though, we are going to end up with a new captain. And at that stage, we might actually end up with a captain that's capable of doing anything. So this is... I feel like Suhi's the guy we have to try and get rid of in this window. So hopefully we get a nice bidding war going. But I know if we offer him out, it won't work like that. So we're just going to have to hope. Is he wanted by anybody? He was wanted by Porto, wasn't he? Porto on a... I think Bayern might change their mind once the window opens. I think that's a holdover from the previous transfer window. Silence, I think. Thank you for the follow. Trin Hurley on the left. I'm going to do it anyway because we don't know if he's going to be better as an inside forward on the right or a Trek on the left. So I want to make sure that he can do both roles just because of versatility purposes more than anything. Loads of those... Wait, contract offered. When did I do that? No, Thies freezes contract. All right, well, Thies is getting a new contract. For sure. No doubt about that. Big Thighs has never done me wrong. Unlike Emmett. Who has consistently done me wrong. Many times. Medinger's back in the well. See, look, there you go. Career resurrection complete. Medinger's... He might be... Honestly, he might be the type of guy that if we could attract some interest in, he would be a great sale. Because I feel like we'd get good money. He's got that English homegrown, even though he's Welsh. Ah, here we go. Right. First be first, let's just see if there's any people to get rid of from this list. And then we can actually have a little look through it. I'll keep Capolino on there for a second, and we can have a look at him. Yep, and then we can actually look through some of these players. Since there's fuckloads left. We get rid of any people that are way too expensive. Wow, they're not. None of them are. Well, they are. I mean, he's good. He's very good. But we can't afford the money on him right now. God damn if we could, though. Fuck, that'd be great. Evan Ferguson. If I recall, Evan Ferguson's really bad in this save. He's not bad. He's just not good. Because obviously this was pre-update, which means that you don't get the benefit of his... Because he's had like quite a nice bump, hasn't he? Thanks to the new update. But this is old Evan Ferguson. Before everyone even really heard of him outside of Brighton. When this came out, I think. But he basically never played for Brighton. And then joined Bournemouth in the Championship. And he's sort of playing there, I guess. It's not great, really, is it, from Big Evan? That's a shame. No assignments to the scouts. I mean, other than the ones I'm specifically setting. And by assignment, I mean, like, I will go on a player and go, get scout report. That's what I would consider an assignment as well, I suppose. But no, nothing beyond that. Because I find if they're left to their own devices, they just do stupid stuff anyway. There's another guy here, actually. Miguel Alborz. Again, they're way outside of our price range, these guys, unfortunately. And he's at Barcelona, so similar story. You're at Fiorentina. Very good player, though. He's really good. But, yeah, not really a player we can afford to sign either. That's a shame. Oh, what about you? Oh, God. Oh, it's Club Brugge. I'll eat my words. I will. To be fair, he's a great player. I'm really looking forward to see what he actually does in real life. Well, to be fair, we don't have any £100 million guys. That's the problem. The only £100 million... Look at our player values. Our highest valued player now is £42 million. So we don't have any £100 million guys. We don't know who is going to be that next player. That's the problem. So if it's someone I'd be willing to part with this window, then it's like, maybe so. But we'll have to see who that could be. So we had... Although they're still here. It's just that with the dynamic price ranges on FM now, outside of transfer windows, players' values drop dramatically. So, for example, Seri was one of them. He was a guy that was worth 120 million. Now he's worth 20. Montiel was worth 160 million. Now he's worth 40. Chris says, I nearly took that out for you for Polo, but I'm very glad I left that sentence in. No, it does make sense, Basil. I'm really interested in what, because fact is, we could have suddenly a lot of interest in Joe Medinger in this transfer window for some reason, right? And his value could start to shoot up. We just don't know who it's going to be. My guess is it'll be one of these guys here. But the thing is, I don't want to sell any of... Oh, God, if the right bid came in, Yoshi I would potentially part with. Or Seri. Or Job. There's a lot of people in that same position. Alvarado, again, might be another one. Medinger I'd potentially part with. Suhi would definitely part with. It's tough. We'll have to see. Top 6 is pretty much hands off because Montiel's an absolute baller. Darla's brilliant. Silva's brilliant. Fernandez is the next best thing after Montiel. Navarro's great. Castillo's the future. And then it's like Yoshi, Seri, Bellingham. They all play in the same position. And they're never all going to be able to play. So if there was a good enough bid for one of those guys and we could bid them up to moon money, I'd be tempted, honestly. But we'll have to see. Because Yoshi's proven to be the most injury-prone player that isn't injury-prone. Like, he has missed so much already. What's he had so far? There was 2... He never seems to get particularly short injuries for the most part. Like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 4 weeks, 7 months, 10 days, 2 weeks. He's got a bit better, but he does seem to get a lot of injuries, annoyingly. Antonio Silva. So we have a look-up for stuff like that. Just to sort of keep things moving. I hope that's all right. I'll do that one. And... Oh, sorry, you looked it up. Sorry, my bad. Wait. Hang on. Sorry, I'm a bit confused. If you did the lookup, then... Like, I realised I didn't do it instantly, but I can't... It's not going to happen the moment that you put the request in. I hope that's all right. But it was like 2 minutes ago. I'm doing my best. Like, what do you want from me? Antonio Silva, though, if this is the right guy, is at Chelsea. Any big gets? Not really, no. We got Hurley, and we're still looking for some more, basically, at the moment. So this is Antonio Silva. He is at Chelsea after a £43 million move from Benfica, and he is at least actually playing for Chelsea. In fact, very regularly. He's been a pretty much stalwart starter for Chelsea for the last 6 seasons. Going to another one. Looks like a really solid player. Presumably, he's got 76 caps for Portugal. Just a really good... Wow, he's worth nearly 200 mil. And this is why when people say, hey, you should just sell your best player and buy someone who's as good. This guy is worse than Montiel and is worth 200 million pounds. Like, this is why we can't do that at the level we're playing at currently, which is a shame, but to be fair, I wouldn't want to do that anyway. Hey, Rob. A stag do to Budapest. No way. It's Honda versus Meshkovez. Gah, useless. They don't know what they're worth. They know nothing. So there's Vargas here, but super expensive. Yeah. I was going to say, that does seem quite cheap for Chelsea Benfica pipe. I've done it. Alfonso Nunez, Basque dude. Again, too expensive. Not a bad player, though, but way too expensive for us. We don't know a lot about you. And again, why... I suppose we're just getting a lot of... It seems like mostly this sort of window, it's been mostly players coming through at really large clubs. And that's kind of prevented us from actually signing any of them a lot of the time because they're always so out of our price range. Even this guy at Basel, Angelo Petrucci. What you like at guitar, buddy? Like, that's 17... He's a 17-year-old Italian at Basel and he's already worth 10 million quid. And he's injury prone as well. He's really good, to be fair. He'd actually make a fantastic anchor. Oh... He's only 17. I think we keep... I might actually shortlist him. Yeah, Lugano is a good exception to that. Like... But like, what I mean by that is like, it's like Brugge, you know, you're never going to sign a player from them at this stage, right? Liverpool, Flamengo are okay. But you look at the clubs we were looking at above that, it was always the same big sides. And that's what I mean. It's been very much a window of those kind of clubs producing all the good players rather than the slightly smaller ones. Daniel Addo at Liverpool. Wait, he's free. Terrible things here. If his wage was cheap, would his wage be cheap enough? Would he even talk to us? He's not worth that, is he? As much as he's got that and he's a solid player, he's solid, but he's not worth putting on our highest wage, is he? Like, he wouldn't start ahead of our current striker. He's not fast, so he wouldn't be particularly fruitful out wide. He's not going to get in the team ahead of Navarro. I just don't see what benefit it would be for us to put him on that kind of wage, because he'd want, like, star player as well. I think we definitely shortlist him, though. Because I'd be... Oh, he's already on the shortlist. Oh, it's because I asked his agent, isn't he? Fuck, I hate that stuff. Like, if I ask their agent, don't add them to a shortlist, let me do that. Get sad. Well, he's only up... His contract expires in less than a month. That being said, he might be one that we could Ferdin. We might be able to fill Ferdin him. So let him contract... Hang on, do they have an extension clause? They do. They'll probably trigger that anyway, right? That's usually what happens in these. But if he does get released, then we could try and trial him and then do the trial thing, which lowers their wages. So if we could get him on, like, 6k a week, I'd probably be considering it. But not at 15k a week. Besides, he wouldn't want 15. He'd want more like 19, 20. As a result of what he was getting at Liverpool. So what about Ricardo here? Okay, here we go. 19, centre-back, Flamengo. Professional personality. Listed for loan, but we don't care about that. 16 tackling, 12 marking, 13 heading. Really good physicals, solid mentals. I like him, but he's really expensive. But I definitely want to shortlist him as well. God, this is what I mean. There's just so hard to find any bargains this year. As in this calendar year in-game. Because even he is costing like 7 to 8 million pounds. And we know for a fact it could end up being even more than that. We just think we don't have that. We don't have the cash yet. It might be the kind of thing where if we do make a big sale, that we could just go and hoover up all these guys straight after that and put ourselves back into financial trouble. Another guy at Brugge. Solid, but certainly not worth 10 million quid. No chance. Jackson, thank you for the follow. Hope you're well. Young keeper at Inter. Terrible reflexes. No one-on-ones. 6'2". But, yeah, not the kind of keeper I'm interested in. Despite the A- there. Why is he rated at A-? Like, he's decent, but doesn't even tick the boxes I'm looking for. What about Diego Arteta? This is a guy I've looked at before. Fickle, £6 million. He's nowhere near as good as any of the other wingers we've got. Obviously, he's only 17. But, I don't know, even £6 million is a lot there. 8 million quid for this guy. Again, solid player, but... Actually, he might be worth shortlisting at least. Ooh. Anthony Borrow, who's a Canadian-Indian midfielder, but again, just so expensive. To be you. Cool, sir. Cool name, though. Anthony Borrow. Wow, doesn't even have a regen face. Born in Toronto. Kind of sick, actually. He feels like Canadian international one day is not too far off. Resolute personality. But again, 6 million quid for him. No, thank you. 8 million quid for that dude? He's a D-rated player and he's rated at 8 million quid. 4 to 5 million quid for Morten Nielsen. Better. What you like as a Roma? 19. No, they don't say religion in FM because why would they do that? That would just, yeah. I believe that there's quite a large Indian diaspora in Canada. So it's kind of cool that that's been, well, maybe it hasn't. Maybe it's just like pure fluke. But I wonder if that has been modeled in some way. Because it does feel like the game does have that kind of ability. Yeah, what's his real name? Indeed. Meet Jesper Johansson Christofferson. Every Danish player now just has... What is this shit? Why has every Danish player got a different name? It's just like a bug that I'm just not familiar with. Oh, this isn't even redacted too. There's another guy we found already. Every player that comes through in Denmark apparently has to do a year in the Danish intelligence services. I do kind of like him, though. So he might be one for the shortlist as well, actually. God, there's so many players through Brugge. He's a bit cheaper, actually. And wow, it's not awful. Guy at Milan. Malay, £7 million again for another solid, but not worth £7 million. 20-year-old here, Renato Jose. He's worth a lot of money as well. I don't think he's ever going to be that good. Bruno Costa. Let me just sort by potential, actually, because I'm still sorting by... Oh, I'm sorting by value. I'm an idiot. Right. Oh, actually, he could be a good anchor. High aggression. Yeah, because if you think about it, like aggression as a mentality, it's not that they're dirty. It just means that they will get stuck in limbo. So they'll give away a few more fouls, but they're not going to like murk someone. That's not what that's for. So I like my centre backs to have decent aggression and bravery at the same time. Dirtiness is a completely different attribute. So I think sometimes they get confused. Make up one on the spot. Navio is kind of interesting. Not for now, because look at that ridiculous range. But he has anchor written all over him. Although he's not that mobile. Lewis Ship. Oh, yeah. He's a face in the game. We had an amazing centre-back called Luis Navio on the last save. He came through at Porto. I bought him off them for £1 million. And about 5 years later, we sold him to Real for like 65 million or something mental. He was ridiculously good. He also wasn't particularly tall. But he has nice attributes. He's not fully scouted yet, though, is he? So we can just send him around again for now. Shim Chimera, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so basically, the way to know if the player is going to be a bit dirty is if you see a con that says competitive streak. If it's orange, I believe that means it's between 10 and 15. And if it's red, hang on, I'll show you an example. Has Darla got one? No, it's Velasquez, isn't it? Yeah, if you see that, that means that they've got dirtiness above 15. So expect a red card or two each year, basically, for any player that has that. It's a way of the game being like, this guy's a dirty fuck, but we can't say that because some of the real players have to have this trait as well. Basically, Alice! How things are going. Yes. I too sentence construct. Can. My brain's gone. How's it going? Yeah, competitive streak. It just basically means, like, he will stab you in an alley, but they can't have that because of the players with... yeah, any kind of real players can't have that. Yeah, if they've got... I mean, obviously, generally speaking, they tend to have that with that a lot of the time anyway, because the players that have that very often are those types of players. Clan Twitter massive. Oh, God, what happened? Have you won? Did you do a good?
Massive.
Fair play to Russell for saying that correctly as well. Yeah, he'll go through to kill it. Yeah, it's a bit Ramos. God, he's so good. By the way, I didn't even mention this on the stream, but I mentioned it in the video. He was European Golden Boy, and I don't think it's much of a surprise. Delegate to the Chief Observer. Love that. Great thought. But, okay, so it's weird. Technically, no, I think I am technically in charge of the scouts. Otherwise, they'd start setting fucking recruitment focuses, and that's the last thing I want them doing. So, yes, I am in charge of the scout. I believe. Yes, I am in charge of that. You won. That's amazing. So what season was that then, Alice? So we'll keep him going around a little bit. This was the other dude, the dude at Sparta Prague that I was really kind of intrigued by. Other than the low tackling, which is a little bit of a concern for me because we know that. But look at these. I like him a lot as well. I think he's... Again, when we get more money... Basically, yeah, competitive streak means Pepe in disguise. Exactly. Couldn't have put it better myself. Christensen? He's only marginal. Lopez at Godoy Cruz as well. These guys might be ones for the... Ooh, okay. We don't have the knowledge on them yet, so that's fine. Guy at Kaiser Chiefs? He'd be quite a good anchor as well, actually. Great tackling. Positioning's not amazing, actually. Heading's not great. He's quite cheap, though. Do you think he'd talk to us, or is he more... Yeah. Okay, so he's a preferred development type of guy. But he is already done that, so I'll just shortlist him again. Oh, except I... Oh, no, I can. Oh, because he didn't say yes. That's right. Guy at Benfica, weirdly cheap. Centre mid. Bit all over the shop with him. But at least if we can start getting some of these guys off of the scouting list, this is key. So that's Pasquale. He's already joining us, so that's not a problem. Casper Maxon. I liked this guy's attributes, if I remember. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. I like him a lot. He's way better than some of those other guys. Really, really nice. Not sure where we'd play him, though. That's the problem. But I do like him. We'll shortlist him as well. I'm just basically building a shopping list for when we hopefully sell someone of high value. Antonio Manuel, 16-year-old at... Wow, Basel churning out some quality. He's lovely. Does he get Angolan second nationality? He does. Nice. Aranda was the goalkeeper. Oh, was Maxon? You're right. We'll have to check the shortlist in a second. Oh, I thought you'd won the final. I genuinely thought you'd won the final against Juve. That's sick, though. So hang on. So what's the furthest you've been so far, Alice? I'm curious now. Jan Hansen. He might be another one to have a... Chat, we found a Danish player that actually has the same name. Are you truly Danish? Is my question to you, Jan. If that is your real name, do they just make them different in Vidovre? Last 16. Hey, that's still pretty good. We've only reached the one Champions League final, and that was by complete fluke. Ooh, a Salvadoran. No, another Honduran. Face kicker, one for you. Marvin Uceda. Santa Rosa de Copan. What a great name. This is... Oh, he's temperamental. Yeah, avoid. If you get a player with competitive streak and temperamental, they are going to be very difficult to handle. Yeah, I think those guys are just not quite for us. Matt, you're quite good as well, actually, but Sefa Yilmaz? We just filter this by extensive so we can get rid of the other ones and keep them scouting a little bit further, because I don't suppose that there's going to be any gems in there that we don't already know about. Oh, there's Aranda. Ah, yes, correct. You're right. Now he feels like a signing we could actually make. Reflex is good. One-on-one's good. Aerial reach good. 6'2". Good agility as well. 18 years old. Paraguayan. I like him. I like him a lot. Ignoring this for a little bit because he does have zero flair, which is what I want in a goalkeeper. His eccentricity is a little high. Low rushing out tendency. Perfect. I don't mind this guy. I might actually try and get this guy. Particularly on that kind of wage. Alright, he didn't want to take a drop, but he might be a worthwhile pickup. Particularly if we can get him for like a reasonable price. When's the Champions League final here? When we get to it, I suppose. We don't get into it anytime soon. Not with our current squad. Oh, 600k. We take that. And besides, we'll see that... Oh, you mean this year's one? Well, it will take us straight to it, because as a result of us being part of the competition, what's his injury? God's sake, keep with a broken hand. God damn it. It'll just drop us straight on that page. Thomas van Leuven. It's just a worse version of the other guy. And expensive, too. Antonio Scarpa at Roma. Good, but relatively expensive. Dostal. Goddamn. I mean, do any of these guys even look vaguely half decent at this point? Particularly as they're all quite... What's the cheapest one? Let's go from the beginning. How are you? What do you like these days? Luck. Nah, we really did, though. Like, we had some super lucky results in that Champions League run. There was the win at Anfield. There was the 6-5 win against Real Madrid on aggregate as well. We were not good enough, but we got there in the end, you know? We played the game right, and then obviously once we got to the final, we got absolutely smashed by PSG. Well, on the score sheet anyway, right? Spacebar working trophy? Spacebar just has mine of its own. Born in Vidovre, it was the worst I've ever heard it. How do you mean? Like... my pronunciation of it. Oh, yeah, but I mean, like, I've never heard it said out wild, isn't it? Pavel Janawa. Zengin. Gomba? Okay, Gombas.
I am familiar with over
Plus, we can change his name to Goomba, too, which is always a nice one. Willy Cola, thank you for the follow. He's got okay attributes. I honestly think with some of these guys, it might be best to just keep the scouting going on some of them. But also acknowledge some of the others are just not great. And just try to make ourselves the money we need first. Why is he rated as D and the others aren't? That's weird. Might just be the scout that went on him. I think I might just acknowledge that for now. And then we'll come back to it later once we maybe actually have some more money, because I don't want to spend too much when I don't know how much we're actually going to be working with. Youngster. Wow. Fuck it, I could do a loan for him. Wow. Is he just like really shit and we just don't realise it? Maybe he just has absolutely dead potential. Ah, speaking of Champions League finals, here we go. It's Liverpool Bayern Munich. Now, Bayern humped City in the previous round. 5-1 on aggregate. Liverpool snuck past Real Madrid. I mean, I think Bayern might win that. So naturally 4-1 Liverpool. Oh! Datro Fofana. Scoring for Liverpool in extra time there. Wow, he didn't last long. Oh, no, he never went to Chelsea in this save, did he? Of course not. That's not a thing, is it? They spent 63 million, and to be fair, so Liverpool smacking another Champions League. I say another one, as if they've won loads. How many have they won lately? That is actually their second Champions League of the save. Would have been Bayern's first. To be fair. So yeah, now we know the final coefficient. Yeah, because the other ones were all before, aren't they? So ECL was won by Wolfsburg. And then Europa League was Newcastle, to the surprise of no one. That might water down England a bit next year, though, if Newcastle are going to be in there. Start new save. Who would I be? Oh, I have no idea, Brant, honestly. Because I haven't even... It's not something I've had to even think about. Because it wasn't... If I was to pick a new save, it wouldn't be a case of who would I be. It would be what would be the concept for the save. And then the who I'd be would come much later. Ah, 117, Jason. God damn. Put some respect on my name. I'm just messing. But yeah, so that's what we finish up with. We stay behind Portugal, obviously. But next year we get, like, mad. Oh, what I'd say, Brant, is perchance. Perchance, perchance, perchance is the way. I still haven't actually done that goddamn command. But one day I will. And it'll be a grand old day. I should have done it when I was making a whole host of commands. It's a website that will do, like, random FM saves for you. I can't... It's perchance. It's not, though. Someone always has the link around. Peter Musa at Benfica. There you go. Shandy coming in with a clutch there. That's the website that I always recommend to people now, just if they're looking for random new saves, because it just does stuff, right? Yeah, Portugal had a really good season. But it'll be fine. We'll be neck and neck with them at the start of next year anyway, because they're losing a really good one and we're not. So that's good. So yeah, he went to Benfica for 4... Wow, he only did 1 year at Boa Vista. Didn't play, and then they sold him on. Made a little profit on him. And look at that rating. He's just, other than that season where he clearly had like an injury or something, I'm guessing, double digits every single season for Benfica since then. Just real solid. Only 27 caps, though, for Croatia, but I guess they've probably got some mad striker in front of him. Probably Juliet, right? Perchance, it could happen, because Per is a German first name. The best thing I can... The closest... Well, it's not the closest at all, but I wanted to highlight anyway. Good luck, Defort de France. Well, good luck to you too, Defort de France. You know when there's a double D in there. Your tits up. Right, let's go. I'll refund you points. That wasn't... I did it for the memes. Dallum, initially using a 5... Ooh. You have a thing for large gentlemen? Okay. Oh, yeah. Don't we all, though? I've got to set on autosave every week at this point, just otherwise I forget. Okay, so we got... Wow, oh, no. Oh, that's not too bad, actually. So we got like another 10 million there, which will help us financially get us more towards 40. We got 40 million in the bank now. It's a bit better than it was. Hello, Pog. You okay? Huh? Can I mute for a sec? Oh, Pog. Chat, I'm being told to mute. 1 second. Yes. And we're back. What happened? Oh, do we have the best match? Yeah, to be fair, that was a quality match. If it wasn't for the fact that we got the 3 goddamn annoying goals scored against us. Because that was the one where we had the 2 direct free kicks scored by Subblesly. You back again? You missed me. What are you looking for? A necklace? Best I can do is this ring. Oh. Ryan Sessignon. Hang on, wait, what? I love that you've got Ryan Sessignon as well. That's amazing. Also, what I really want to know, James, is what has Sessignon got against Joao Carlos? Just the one dude. It's like how yours is the opposite. So with us, Jarju never says anything to any of the... He's the club captain, and not once in the last stream or last season was I actually able to get him to say even like hello to the new players. Guy's just not having it. I kind of regret extending his contract now. Yeboah won Young Player of the Season. Oh, man. Actually, that doesn't even surprise me. Look at the season he had. Yeboah got 3 goals and 5 assists in 9 appearances in the Champions League this season. He had an underrated ball-in year. And he is very, very good indeed. He goes under the radar a little bit as being an underrated quality player. Love him. 9 goals and 14 assists this season. And to think we bought him mostly because of his name. Yeah, 77 dribbles is not bad, is it? You still have Lachocki. Oh, there you go. Bobby Tree now as well. Into the Poland squad. I think he's actually considered our hot prospect still, isn't he? Yep. So he's clearly a quality player. Board presumably should be absolutely stoked. Okay, I can sort of see their point on that one, to be honest. It's rare that I ever agree with the board, but I do agree with them on that one. So Liverpool in the Champions League. That's fine. What league? This is the Hungarian league. Real. So the, whatever it's called, the OTP Bank Liga. Which I'm assuming is a bank. I don't know for sure. What should just be like, no, it's a car wash company, Matt, you moron. I don't think I'm still allowed to register any more friendly shit, am I? Has it opened up to me? No, it hasn't. Okay, eventually that will come, right? Player image. I want to say, I've got to look at Bobby Tree now. It's... Yeah. It's weird, actually. Yeah, it kind of cuts off really soon. It would be a difficult... Say he became really good and I had to, like, make an image of him in, like, a suit. It would be a difficult one to do. Or from the message. Oh, that. No, that's our personal assistant, Chrissia, who is terrifying. Do not mess with Chrissia. That's all I'll say there. She will fuck you up. She'll come at you in the night with a rake. So, Luis Aranda as well. There you go. Another signing. Look at us go. That's like 8 signings. That's our PA. She's both our personal assistant and public address system with that face. But though we don't get to address the public very often. She looks like she could eat an apple through a picket fence. Oh. Yeah, that's true. Gideon's actually a Dementor now. Maybe she was inside the Gideon suit. Okay, lots of youngsters being called up. That's cool to see German guy represented in the German. Oh, Goof got into the Dutch team. Still anyone yet? We haven't actually reached the point where we can sell anyone yet, so no. Under 21s, we'll get rid of that because otherwise it will just go silly. Once the window opens, though, hopefully the bids will start flying in. And this time, by the way, after stream, if we do get like a large bid for someone and I feel like it's appropriate, I'll actually I'll do the deal this time rather than what I did last time. Those guys have seen some shit, yeah. Because the window opens on the 15th. So you'll notice in a second there'll just be a huge news article bit there that's just like all the players that are potentially joining us in a minute. I'm really hoping that Hugo is good. I mean, we can see his attributes. I don't see why he couldn't be. I'm just hoping that he doesn't come into some of the games like, hey, no, he's 2 stars now. Screw you. Yeah, I don't need to go to press conferences. I could just send Chrissia. We never got asked any questions. Look at that. Lovely. Right, international roundup. Good stuff. 40 players called up for international duty. Wait, does that mean Pereira's getting more games for Hungary? 13 caps now for Hungary for Pereira. I wonder if there's any new call-ups to the Hungarian team. Any surprise ones other than Puskás and Jonas Satmarie? We already knew about Zalán Vanksa. Matos we knew about. Kirkesh, obviously, we knew about. Was Montola Hungarian before? I think he was, wasn't he? João Neto? He definitely wasn't. No, he's new. Yep. Wow, I love that. That it was actually a guy Pushkash signed from Fluminense. So Fluminense has now turned Portuguese as well after playing for Besiktas in the second tier. Love that. Any more weird ones? Are there actually any Portuguese... any, like... Oh, of course, we've got Professor Xavier Simons in there too. Hello, Pog again. What's me possible? Oh, okay. Gavin! Thank you for the 2 months. How are you, man? Sorry? It does indeed. Cool pineapple. You are the coolest pineapple. Thank you for the follow. And then there's Andres Nemeth, who's South African. Okay, sick. Then Pereira, then a couple Callum Stars, obviously we know about. Noel Neiman, Martin Garay? Needless to say, they do be naturalising a lot of players into their national team. So let's hope it actually turns out well for them. A lot of Portuguese dudes in there. It's not enough, but it's getting there. Right, okay. That's a nice big... Oh, these are a lot of the guys that we just looked at, isn't it? Wow. It's almost like the scouts should be trusted more than I am. They seem to know what they're doing way more. Tanium, thank you very much for the prime. Wow, thank you, friend. Super nice. Oh, is he? Oh, I suppose with a name like Nemeth, he would have to be, wouldn't he? That would make sense. You guys we can get rid of, actually, because a lot of these guys are just people that I erroneously decided to scout, it seems. I'm just hoping that one decent player snuck through. You're all reasonable still. Luis Navio still... Oh, minimal as well. Wow. Send you guys around again until we get that extra knowledge. Oh, thank you, Tamian. That's really, really nice of you. Please never feel like you have to do that. I'm just happy you're enjoying it in some way. I love these types of streams. I'm one of those people that I just like looking at players. And when we do these transfer streams, we always just find stuff. We never know what you're expecting to find, but there's always stuff in there. And I always have a good time doing it with you. And hello. Oh, now we're talking. This is more like it. Saim Shakurchu. So sorry if I've butchered his name there. He's extremely interesting. 16 finishing. Not the fastest. Wouldn't be super expensive. He is highly injury prone. But for the loan farm, if he's cheap enough, he might be an intriguing possibility. Wages are quite high, actually, considering. Pace is only 11, true, but remember Papa Fay? Yeah, watch them want £3 million for him. Sorry, what? Oh, good. It's fine. We'll be able to cancel that out, hopefully, with a big sale this summer anyway, so that's not a huge issue. I don't know if I feel like 1.6 might be too much for someone like him. Then again, when you look at some of the players that we were being asked to pay 5, 6, 7 million pounds for earlier in the stream, he's better than a lot of them. But is he worth 1.6 million? Not so sure.
Cooper, do not hate me.
Man's got umlauts everywhere.
Over 600 dance moves, and I am programmed to get freaky.
Middleton, thank you for the follow. Or 11 Middleton 11. Game prep. Oh yeah, game prep stuff for me I do very little on. Like, it's very rare that we do any kind of tactics incubator stuff. Like that thing that we had on Tuesday stream was a real rarity. I had a great time doing that too, to be honest. A lot more fun. They are. Well, particularly when the match engine at times can be a bit funky, right? It's from Eurotrip, Idric. You know what? Live a little, right? Unless his wages are obscene. I actually don't mind a bit of that. There's enough about him. But I like the fact that he can cross a little bit too. I'm excellent, Middleton. Welcome in, my friend. Thank you for choosing to check us out live. It's a different experience. It's not. It's the same thing, just with more swearing. So that's Goomba. I also like... Oh, he's already shortlisted, so we won't... Oh, no, he's not shortlisted. Let me shortlist him as well, so we don't completely forget him. Maybe return to him a bit later. Same with Petrucci. Because he is actually tasty. But... Oh, what about you? Did we look at you before? Iparagire. He's good. I like him, actually, but he is not £10 million good. He could, but remember, if he's going to be trained as the Trek, that would mean that it would imply that he'd actually be playing for us, and I just don't see him ever getting in our team. Particularly not with that contract. Whoa, boy. Come on, friendo. That's 14... Saeem, you may have all the umlauts, but I hold all the cards. That's ridiculous. 14,000... Are you mad, bruv? How about that? that's a lot on the player list this season. I don't know, because we have to wait till the 31st for that. Basically, Stewie, for me, tactics is just like moving some stuff around and then waiting to see what happens until eventually it works. I'm not one of these people that, like, when I eventually do find time to make that tactics video, people are going to be shocked at how, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Luddited, I guess, my view of it is, i.e., it's not going to be a video where I'm sat there being like, so basically these are the roles that we use for an inside forward, and this is some in-depth thing about how that role works in football, blah, 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 blah. No, my thing will be like, right, what's this team got? What are these players like? Can I move them around in a way that makes them play good football and also does stuff? That's all it'll be. And then little tweaks within that from things I see in the match engine. Because at the end of the day, it is a game, and if you treat it like that, you'll have more success. Now, it does drop the curtain a little bit, and maybe that's a cynical way of looking at it, but it depends on what you enjoy. If you enjoy making those tactics and like to try to replicate real football, I think that's sick. It just isn't my cup of tea. So that's just not how I do it, right? Yeah, it feels like we haven't found any like gems for a while, right? It's weird, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. So say I came into a random team and I noticed that, you know, they haven't got a lot of wingers, which means you might have to play a slightly narrow system in order to make that work. So you could go, okay, are we looking at a midfield diamond? Or are we trying something different, right? Aranda could be Jenny, potentially, yeah. Although also we have Hurley, but Hurley's been around for a while. Like, we could have picked him up 3-4 years ago, maybe, for a lot less money, but, you know, the risk... It might have just been that his potential wasn't the highest, and that's why we dipped on him, potentially. How's Anthony Mohammed getting on as well, actually? He never really got that heading much better, did he? I do like him, though. Kapash, signing a new deal. Sarri's happy to stay. That might actually help us, in a way, because he is wanted by Dortmund and Real. I think... Basically, here's my prediction. One of these three leaves. Seri, Bellingham, and Nakanishi. And it will depend on who gets bid up the most, basically. But one of them is almost certainly going to leave this summer. Because I think Kasuhi will leave. That I'm happy to do. Because he's going to be out of contract at the end of next season anyway. But one of them is probably going to have to. Seri is mental. But the issue is we also have Nakanishi in that same role. And obviously Joe Bellingham as well. That's 3 players for 1 role. And we need cash right now. So we'll see. One of them will probably leave, and it will just depend on which one gets the absurd money bids. It feels like every window one of them does. They reset. Unfortunately, no, Danny. A lot of screens have this thing where if you go off them and come back, it will reset things like orders, preferences, everything. So the best example, I can't actually show you an example, but because we don't use them, but for example, with recruitment focuses, if I go through a few things and then click on a player, when I then back out of that player, it takes you back like 2 menus rather than to the one you were actually on before. Mental. Lots of new contracts being sent out for those guys. But no forced outside Europe. As it, I mean, it's great fun, Bakroon, because you get to experience new nations and new countries and all sorts of stuff like that. Doesn't make it for good content in terms of like the engagement on it, but I really enjoy it. So Suhi, him playing some games for Slovakia here. Ah, look, he's already bumped his value up. Any more interested in him? Okay, so problem with Porto and Benfica is that they don't have the... Well, actually, that's probably not true at all, is it? I bet you they've got shitloads sat around. Right. It's because the league's not switched on. We don't know their budgets, do we? No. But we can still see their balances of 60-odd million. But I don't think they're going to have the clout to jump the kind of money we want. We're really looking at more the Italian sides for that, I suppose. Best example is load extend scroll. Oh, that's coming up soon, isn't it? Christ. Players, any suggestions? So like I said, Raul, because I think we've discussed this before, it depends on what you're expecting out of selling your players. Who are you expecting to sell those players to, specifically? And what sort of deals are you expecting to find? Because I think when we discussed this before, we kind of came to the conclusion that even with all the leagues switched on, the deals you were expecting to find were perhaps slightly unrealistic. However, I will say that with this database setup, there is going to be less bids on your players because the only bids you're going to get are from the big teams in each of those leagues. So, for example, we're not going to have like Brighton bidding on our players because they're not like in Europe for most of the time. That seems to be what I've noticed anyway. Oh, has it happened? Yes, you get Hungary. Oh my god, that's brilliant, James. And do you know why? Because you now get to change his name to Sheshinjong. I want to see all the Z's in his name. Man City want Montiel. So look, notice how now that City have immediately declared interest, Montiel's value's already jumped by an extra 15 million quid. Not that we want to sell him, obviously. That's never happening. They're just straight in there. Liverpool wants Silva. He's on my no list. Malero. I do bloody love Alberto Malero, but it is an area that if we were to get the maximum amount of cash, he's a lot older than the other players. And he might be one that if they came up with the right fee, he could be an option. And he'll want to go, but obviously we can convince him to stay and then kind of do what we always do. But it's good that they're in early. Stall for now. I think our best bet might actually... I might just try and see where they'd be willing to go. Just try and do that. Just to sort of... Right, okay, good. What that means to me is that they're willing to pay more. I want to see how much I can bid them up and then drop it. Okay, so they want 39. I'll reject that. But now what that should do is bump his value up to 39. Or round about that kind of area. Maybe slightly over. That's the hope anyway. We're just trying to find where their levels are for a bit. 40 seems doable. No, I think I'd want 50 potentially for Malero. But my point is I believe they're willing to pay it. What do they say? I enjoy the game. I enjoy making content on the game. I enjoy the vibes that we have in chat, which really does keep me motivated as well, because I know that every time I start up a stream, it's not going to be like just a case of what's FM got to offer today. I know that I get to talk to you guys for like 4 hours, and all sorts of hilarity usually ensues within those time frames, so it keeps me very motivated to play it, honestly. Plus, I just really by playing less FM in terms of this style of FM this year as well, I think it's allowed me to keep my focus a little bit more and get less frustrated with the game overall, whereas obviously last year I had 2 saves on the go because of YouTube, and now I don't, so I think that helps in a way. So Malero will probably be alright because he's a highly influential player, isn't he? Yep, cool, that's fine. That'll actually make it harder for Chelsea to go. So now let's see if that changes his value slightly. It might not do immediately, but I think it will create a new level of stuff like that. So what was the other deal that was on the table? So it was Silva, yeah, which is fine. We're not selling Silva. He's way too good. In fact, I believe he's actually considered the best player at the club at the moment. And Malero's no. Streaming, yeah, making content keeps you way more invested as well, I will say. Plus, we've not hit our goals. We're not even close. We've got this like long-term goal, and that's what we want to go for. And ooh, I thought I'd frozen for a second, but I didn't. PC faked me out there. It's good to know that we're getting bids in early in the window, though, which is nice to see. It's also worth noting, by the way, you know how bad our under-19 squad were? Well, ever since we switched the system around, they've actually started performing quite better and have actually pulled themselves off the bottom of the league, so that's noteworthy. You're only here for the Harolds. I mean, aren't we all? Where would we be without Big Hazard? Let's invest at the same. I mean, I've never really struggled with that so much. What I was more struggling with often was things like burnout, more than anything on previous saves, right? It's about finding the right save as well, Milton, right? Because if you're finding a save that you're just not that invested in, because maybe there's just nothing that's going on in it that's making you particularly interested, then that's also a huge factor as well. Yeah, no, exactly, Johnny. That's another tip, actually, for tactics. If you change your tactic, and I'll experiment with stuff, make sure that your reserves and youth team play the same system. If they start winning matches, because usually those leagues are very, very even, almost like a spec series. It sounds stupid, but that's kind of the way I think about it. That they're usually kind of middle of the road, unless you've got a really good youth team. But sometimes you will do. But still, if they start performing really well, because often at that age, even if the players have really high PA, their CAs are often quite level at that level. And I find that you'll often notice that if you start doing really well at the under-19 and reserve level, then there's definitely something to the tactic. That's a little, like, extra clue, I would say. No, bear in mind, most of our under-19 talent is not... This is our under-19 squad. Do you notice something about it? Wait, he's not actually... Some of these guys aren't even in the under-19 squad either. Like, all of these guys are technically listed here because they could have played in a match to, like, keep fitness levels up, but the majority of our under-19 squad are out on loan. Our under-19 squad is called the rest of the league. Which is just amazing. Yes! You love to see it. There you go. Ryan Sessegnon. Now we're talking. That is a wonderfully hard name. Imagine... Oh, wonderful. You couldn't have done that better. Glorious. Plus, we've got that guy Akos that just bangs goals for under 19, which kind of helps. Hey, Connor, how's it going, man? New sofa. Ooh. What are we talking? L sofa? W sofa. That's the dream. Right. More bids on our players, please.
It's good you came in summer.
Trying to top side. Interesting.
In winter.
I always do it in like a kind of
Depressing.
Fun Keaton, thank you. Sorry, not fun. Foot Keaton, thank you for the follow. The only L I'm taking today. Is it actually an L sofa? Because I love an L sofa with like a puff that you can put in the middle of it, making it like a big square. It's the dream. I look at it as like iterations with tactics. So I'll start with just like, I'll look through the team, go, what do I want to do with this? Build something that's basic. And then I'll start playing friendlies against shit teams. The idea being that they're not going to be my issue here. It's how do we create chances? What are the passing build-up looking like? I'll watch them comprehensive in these friendlies to get an idea of what maybe we could do better. Are we creating enough here? Is there enough runs? And then slowly, as I get more confident with what I want to do tactically from a kind of creative standpoint, then I'll start ramping up the difficulty of the opponents. So I see how our defense then handles actually having to play against people that can kick a ball properly. And then does the creativity drop? Is it still solid? Or are we now going to start leaking goals because I've pushed too much tension there? And I slowly find this equilibrium with it. Well, that's generally what I do in the first pre-season of a save, so to speak. That's what I try to do anyway. Okay, Scott Collier's rubbish. And so's Sticky Nicky. It's almost like I should have ignored these guys when I scout them initially. Ooh, although there actually are a few guys. A guy at Catholic Daddies. Right, okay, this changes everything. The one team in this save that are just consistently producing quality is the Catholic Daddies. What have they got for us this time? Show me your wares. Luis Navio is still quality. Wait, are you not shortlisted? Very much. Gonzalez at Elche. He's quite cheap. Oh, I like him. I like. Ignoring this for a little bit, he's probably quite cheap. Driven personality, good jumping reach, 6'2", heading is good, tackling is good, marking is a little bit sus, positioning is phenomenal. No under 21s. Well, yeah, but like I've already searched. Like we're not going to suddenly find a new gem now, because like I do scout them every single season, so they're not going to suddenly have a new ridiculous player. Obviously, they would have disappeared because obviously they were scouted earlier, but yeah. These are the kind of players that are in there. There's a guy at Paxi, actually, Evan Polden. There's this chap here who's okay. But I do scout them every single year. But obviously the scouting knowledge only lasts 365 days. So if that expires, then it looks like you haven't scouted it. The Palmer and the Bull. Thank you very much for the follows. Yeah. So basically, Norway haven't really been generating the... It just feels like, to me, in this save at the moment, the smaller clubs are just not producing the talent that I'm used to seeing out of them. It might just be that we've got unlucky for a couple of seasons, but we're not that far in, and it just feels like they're just never doing it. It's surprising, honestly. Let's see. I don't mind this chap, though. But he doesn't want to go yet because he's still only, yeah. Only that. Energetic. Oh, that's the Belarusian dude, isn't it? He is intriguing. Now, I mean, Norway usually do. They usually produce some absolutely banging players. It's just, I've noticed over the last couple of seasons of this save especially, let's have a look at this Valencia guy, actually. Tell you what. That most of the good regens are all coming from large European sides and not from the places you'd normally expect to see them. Sorry, they are. Obviously, they come from that. It's just like the balance has shifted slightly. It's just kind of not at the moment, CMS, sadly. So it's the same with all of them, really. Yeah, Norway won the World Cup, but that's because they had that's all their real players, because they had Torkildsen a goal, they had Haaland, Ødegaard, Sheldrup, all of those guys, basically. And Lugano, randomly, yeah. Janaid Mahami. Lewis. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's not great, is it? I think it's just a bit of a weird spell. But I've noticed in the last two seasons of the save, that's why we've really struggled to find any of those like real gem players, is because you're not finding the guy at like get more regens. Yes, it's because how many players have you got in your database? So for example, we may only have one league switched on, but we have 111,000 players turned on. And what that means basically is that when the players retire from the clubs, or rather, all the clubs around the world are still, all the top flight clubs anyway, are still getting full youth intakes for the most part anyway. And that's why there's more players available to actually find in these intakes. But that's the reason. Oh shit, hang on. Oh no. That's really bad for Ferencvaros, because that also means he might not want to go back out on loan. And that's also bad for Abdul Nabi. Hadrian's in tatters. It'll come back. Like, we just have to keep keep the scouting going. Well, it's not even less wonder kids. It's less like okay players a lot of the time. It feels like we've not signed a single... Bear in mind, just think of how many good Romanians we signed in the last save. There was, I don't know, at least double digits. We've not found one, other than maybe Farkashan, and he's not actually that great. Yeah, we've got no one from Farrell. They got 40 million. Obviously, we're not selling silver. So we have still been able to find people like Montiel, for example, but it feels like those kind of players have sort of dried up lately. Right, here we go. It's signing day. Get your handshakes ready. It's time to go. We're ready. Right, who's doing all the talking? I know you can't see because it's behind my camera. Not a single one of them is being welcomed here by Jarju, the club captain. Not one of the new players is being welcomed by the club captain. Do you think he just goes and shuts himself in the manager's office or something whenever the new guys join us? Every single year. We probably do need a new captain at some point. Is Jarju at the club? Yes, he is. He's always around. Besides, one time I've had a player who was on international duty welcome a player to the club. I presume he did it down the phone. So clearly if he wanted to do it, he would have done, you know? That's my attitude to it. I mean, we've learned not to be surprised with Big Jarge, but Jacopo Dariva. Jarju's going to Jarju, exactly. So there's Jacopo Dariva, 30-year-old striker at midfielder at Sampdoria, although he's only just moved there. In fact, what's his career been like? So there's many loans from Atalanta. And, oh my god. Buddy. He's 30 and he's finally got out of that hellhole. And even now, he's still not even playing for Sampdoria. Jarju has never done anything as a captain, no. He's never welcomed a player to the club. He's never convinced a player to do anything ever. Like, not once has have I gone, asked Jarju to fix the issue and it's actually helped. I honestly can't wait till he does finally just get phased out of the team at some point and is replaced by someone who knows what they're doing. But for the moment, you know for a fact that we can't take the captaincy away from him because God forbid what would happen then. Didn't he welcome J-Lo? You're right, sorry. The one player he wanted to welcome was J-Lo. That's the only player that we've signed that Jarju was willing to welcome. It was J-Lo. It was a huge list and he was just like, I want Jenny from the block, please. Oh. Jarju's motto should be don't expect the unexpected. Just, he is inevitable. So Tom Vermeulen here. Straight to the dev list. Obviously, we can't offer them out yet. Oh, no, we can. Technically, we can. He will obviously take... So this is what I was on about earlier with the people that were struggling to get loans out. So when you offer them out initially... Wow. Three face. Come on, Baba. You can do it, buddy. Dev list. Offer to clubs. Details. Loan offer. Specifically, I know you can do this a different way. There's a reason. Hungary. None of these players will get bids on. The next day, half of them will have wanted logos on them. It's weird, but it is what it is. It's just how FM be. I'm trying to think how you'd noticed that one time. I mean, yeah, exactly. They were probably queuing up Jason, if anything. I assume that's the one time he invoked captain's privilege, right? Pasquale's a B. Oh, that's good. No, stream this week. I was, my next stream off day will be in April. When I'm... You off now, Pog? Have a good time. Yeah, it'll be April because Pog and I are going to a wedding on the 15th of April or something like that. The run of the wedding. The run will be May, so that'll be another one after takeoff. Because obviously they always schedule those on Sundays. Right, Pasquale. For 400 grand, that's good business. I will not have no one tell me that that's not good business. For £400,000 for Pasquale, that's really good. I know, Billy Child, don't rub it in. Well, yeah, that's the thing. That's why I also wanted to do the Career Resurrection video this weekend, because it's completely devoid of... won't be streaming Easter Sunday. Oh, no, that's true. When is Easter Sunday? Because it's a weekend without that kind of football, so it means that people are going to be wanting more stuff to watch, so I feel like this weekend for Career Resurrection would be perfect, basically. So it'll be up tomorrow night. Oh, what run I'm doing? It's a 10k in Northampton. Hey, Millie. 9th of April. Oh, okay, so that might have to be back-to-back weekends off. I apologise for that. But yeah, probably won't stream on Easter Sunday. Although, I mean, we'll see, honestly. I might still loan this Pasquale because he's not going to get our team yet, but I think he could do some real damage for another side, which is exciting. Pasquale as well. Okay, what about Aranda? They rated him as a D. I still really like this guy, personally. He's got really nice tent poles. Solid. Right, what about this next batch? Oh, okay. B- is on... Oh, really? Okay, so we'll go to Simao first, because he's just another one of the random 3 Brazilians. You might notice in the... for those of you that don't always watch the streams as often, you might notice that you'll never hear about these guys in the videos. It's because with there being so many different random freebies that we bring in, I tend not to talk about them in the videos just because it sort of takes up so much time. And it would just basically be me saying, hey, he's for the lone farm. He's for the lone farm. Tent poles. So it's just what I call key attributes for the... Not key. I mean, technically they are key, but like what I consider to be the key attributes for certain roles. So when I'm looking at a striker, I'm looking at those 3 there: finishing, dribbling, first touch, and composure, pace, acceleration. That's what I look at as tent poles. Centre backs for me, marking, tackling, heading. Tackling especially, positioning as well, jumping reach. It's the little things that I immediately look for, the things that hold up their entire thing. And if they've got good tent poles, that's what I'm interested in. Particularly when you're doing lower league management, tent poles are the only thing that should matter. If you can find a player that's like, say you're in you're managing in, I don't know, the 7th tier in England, all right? And you're looking for a centre back, and you find a guy that's got really good, like, he's got high tackling, marking, and heading, but nothing else. Just get him. He's probably going to still perform well in the match engine. The footballing foundations, yeah, won't generate any interest. As in the loanees, Wilton Boy, you'd be surprised how many of them actually do. I think almost all of them at some point will. You just have to keep on them. Well, that's another... To be fair, I think by now people watching that series would understand the reason I'm signing those players, you know? Tent poles for each position. Tent poles, I don't think that... The problem with that is I think it'd be really subjective. And all it would be an absolute gateway to the well-actuallys. And I just don't know if I can be arsed with that a lot of the time. More than anything else. Plus, I've got a lot of other video days I'm working through at the moment. Frenzy! Thank you for the follow. I like those attributes. I think he was worth the cash. I tend to not want to encourage the well-actuallys if I can avoid it. I've had my fair share back in the day, and that's why I tend to make content that you kind of can't well-actually a lot of the time. Even that tactics video I'm planning on making, it's going to be impossible to well-actually. Are they quick? Yeah, literally. Lower league recruitment is, are they quick? Are they strong? Are they both? Brilliant. Are they tall? If it's a centre-back, are they tall? Can they tackle? Yes. Striker, can they finish? Are they fast? Actually, no, not even can they finish. Are they fast? Do you remember we had that guy we were playing as a pressing forward back in the day with Whitport United? This is a long time ago. Whitport Athletic. We had that 4 finishing striker. I think his name was Nelson or something. And he was fast. But in like the 6th and 7th tier of English football, he would kill it because he was just bombing through defences so damn fast. It's when Putman Kitely got like 27 league assists for just putting the ball through to this guy over and over again. This is why I love you lot. You just run with things. So yeah, we'll get him out as well. Did I actually... I can't remember if I offered him out or not. Oh, I did. Sick. But basically, yeah. Nah, it's just that at those levels, the goalkeepers are so bad that it just don't matter. Right, okay, Hurley, come on. Show me the quality. Oh, yes. Hurley is he's a bit of all right. I'm going to get him training on the left side so that we can get that covered. Because he should be able to get it quite quickly. I'll just inside forward it, even though it's a Trek roll on there. Actually, no, I don't want to train him as a Trek just because it could confuse things on the left. Hurley is lovely. He is a really worthwhile signing because if nothing else, in like 2 seasons, if he plays well, he'll be worth £50 million and it's just instant churn, you know? Let's actually, good idea. Let's get a report on those chappies. Now we have to decide what number to give him. So which number from the lottery ticket numbers from Lost does he get? I actually want to just look at their team specifically. So they're not actually producing all that many players at the moment. But if they are, they're probably going to be in the first team anyway, so we'll get a team report on them. Love this as a function out. This is such a good scouting method too if you're really stuck for time. Darla link with move to Bayern Munich. I'd hope not. Badwan Min's best player. Another guy called Harrison. I say another guy as if we've seen a second guy. What is this tournament? French Youth International. Okay, so we're scouting all these guys, right? Oh, wow. Okay, it looks like I already got to him. Duan Kometa? Scout, please. And then Harrison Badwan. I like him. Plus, we could then have signed Richardson, Stevenson, and Harrison. I feel like 42 is probably what he's going to end up with, right? It's not a bad one, no. None of these clubs. So that's the thing. You'll see that every single time. They'll all say no straight away. But now, if we go into the loan farm view, we'll just click random buttons. Either's fine. and then filter it the way I want it. So we don't want Nordic Club, we want that. And then I'll just filter by loan status. Pascal, now wanted by loans. Serku, now wanted by loans. Antonio, these guys have actually worked. Oh, Tom, now wanted by loans. Do you see what I mean? It's so strange. They just said no, and now all of them are suddenly wanted. Well, not all of them, but a nice chunk of them are suddenly wanted for loan. It's so strange. But you wouldn't think to go and look at the loan status and the wanted symbol on a player that you just offered out and had no responses for, would you? You just wouldn't think to do that. And I think the only reason we came across this is because one time we'd like forgotten to loan out a player or something. So we went back to the list straight away and went, hang on a minute, why are they all wanted now? Weird. Right, so let's get all those guys done. Hang on, I need to take Pereira off the loan list. He complained about it before when he wasn't playing, but obviously now he's doesn't need to be loan listed anymore. It's just confusing otherwise. Cool, cheers FM. I think you have to press continue for it to fully go, so I just have to go around that for now. Anyone here that I don't want to loan out? I think that's fine. They're all dev listed. That's the main thing. And the same thing will happen, because bear in mind, obviously, that's just with the new guys. So what will happen now is when I... Oh, he's still selected, isn't he? Right, try again. There we go. A load of these guys haven't been offered out yet, but as I offer them out now we're going to get a lot of offers from clubs outside of the... This is a quicker way of doing it now. You just have to ignore the fact... Because as long as they're on the dev list, they'll automatically turn down loans that are outside of Hungary. But then as we do this, we'll then get a load of new offers on some of these guys. Either immediately or from... the fact that we've owned them out. So Budafok want him. Well, everyone wants Pasquale. Just literally everyone. General Dia, just a guy, wants Ovalar. Do you know what? Fuck it, Fernando. If you want to go, you go. So he can't go. Loan offers made for Pasquale. I mean, look at the number of teams that want him. That's exciting. Yeah, I have accidentally offered him out for transfer before. He can clean up. For Mulan as well. Ferencváros now want Bruno Alves. Ah! So we're still 8th on the competitions list, which is fine. We were expecting that. This is usually where you stall out. It's going to take us a few years to get over that. But we are now up to 13th. That's basically nearly pot 1, isn't it? No, it's not pot 1, because pot 1 would be like top 8, technically. But it's bloody close to it, I would say. And besides, it would only take a couple of teams not to qualify in the same tournament as us for us to get moved up that list pretty quickly. So here we go. So Chelsea and Juve both get in via coefficient. Hello, Mike. How's it going? So at least we get that. Say Hajduk. Wow. That's a big jump for Hajduk. They must have had a great season in Europe. Hungarian players were obviously fine. Look at that. We're so stacked on that now. It's great. A few little wage right. Wait, what? Oh, you played for Senegal. Fair play, buddy. He's been on loan at Kushvaja for a long time. And Alex Arche as well. Okay, we take that. I'm excellent, my friend. I'm sorry I haven't got back to your WhatsApp yet. I'll have to do it after stream. You know what I'm like. Hajduk split. Yeah, why not? Screw it. Also, if that Farrell report comes through, don't let me like accidentally skip over it. Oh, in Europe. So we want landmark. No, it's competitions. No, that's not it. Wait. No, there's a way you can see their like European performances, isn't there? I swear. Doesn't it show you like year by year where they were in Europe? We used to use this all the time. Is it in records? No. It's not in schedule, is it? That's not what I'm looking for. There used to be a thing where it would show you their exact European like performances year upon season. We used to use it all the time. So look at the schedule. Okay, yeah, you're not understanding. There is a system in FM where if I go here and go into competitions, you can actually see, you can select Champions League, for example, it will show you that information. That's what I mean. Like, why was that not active there? Because it's not always about the... Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why it wouldn't let me see that information. Because it's not to do with the fact the league's not switched on, because we used to use it all the time for teams to show how they did in Europe. Weird. Yet another feature that looks like it's gone. Farm close to 13. Not really. Most of the guys we put in the loan farm are there for a reason, pretty much. So how did they get? Not loaded the correct. No, I don't have it loaded, but my point is the league doesn't need to be loaded for that screen to be accessible because we've used it in the past with only these leagues loaded. So they got to the semi-finals of the Conference League and lost to Wolfsburg. So that would explain the enormous jump after having a massively shit year the year before. The season is start of season 10, I suppose, now. Not even suppose, it is. 204. Oh, Alex, you absolutely mudded me. I only hope to be that quality one day. No history competition. Yeah, weird. That was a hell of a performance for them, actually. None of them are viable. That's fine. Marseille are trying to sign Babacar Wade of 0. Wow, I remember when he was on loan at Montferrat. Right, so they want silver for £40 million. Now we just do the normal thing. Wait, I can send Henrik round? He's still not going to do it. Right, okay, now. Is he influential? Ah. Oh, well. We just piss him off for a few months. That's fine. He's got a long enough contract, right? Oh, yeah, he's got 4 years left on his contract. Buddy, you're going nowhere, friendo. Well, I am curious to know if our player values have changed since. Not yet. How's old Montiel looking? Not Montiel, Malero. Still hasn't gone up yet, actually. Or is that just maybe if Chelsea are no longer interested? No, they are. Chelsea still want him. They might come back on him there. Right, now let me go back to this list again and see if there's any new wanted ones. There you go. Antonio. Who's he wanted by? Vashash. Perfect. Oh, fuck. Hang on. Yeah, let's do that. I could have just done it with the other screen. Mostly just us picking up a load of like freebies, Bill, and also quite a good Turkish striker who's mostly for the loan farm still, but a good player nevertheless. And obviously Hurley and the lads are here now. He was transferred. Wait, did I just offer to transfer him out? Shit. I swear I literally just ticked loan. That's my fault. Oops. Loan targets. Oh, they want him for transfer. Oh, okay. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. In that case, we'll just wait. Navarro now. Okay. I'm going to stall these ones because I don't want to sell him and I can't be asked with the efforts there. Ovalar's going to General Diaz. General Diaz. Could someone bid on Suhi, please? That's what I'm really looking for. I'm hoping this will happen as the window wears on, but life. Like, we can't really make money moves until... Wait. Oh, they've accepted offers. I thought they made a bid there. Moors is getting a pay increase. Wait, is he still getting games for Belgium? My God. Must be desperate. They must be desperate, chat. Absolutely gagging for it, apparently. Ethan Ampadu's gone to Brighton for £29 million. That's the thing. Also, Paul Wanner has just moved to Manchester City for £98 million. So, yeah, lost the final, and now he's gone for 100 million quid. There's still no Mikes and Hollies in this save. No. God, we're 10 seasons in now. Where are they? Also, 119 loans. Off we go. I forgot to do it after last stream, Brazio, because I was busy editing down the... Not after last stream. Yesterday I was supposed to do it, but I was busy editing down the VOD from Monday night, which took a long time. Well, I hope you turn up at some point, Mike, otherwise I'll be most disappointed. 6 players called up for the CONCACAF Gold Cup. When does that... Oh, that's fine. They won't be missing for anything useful. Ah, here we go. Farrell Costanta. Oh, my God. This is what I mean. There's just nothing there. Despite us having brand new sponsors this year, they did not move a tiny bit. Like, we had 6.5 million sponsors last year, and it's still 6.5 million. Okay. We got a little bit of a reputation boost. I don't think it makes any difference, right? It's gone from national to national. I mean, obviously, the number itself would have gone up, but we can't see it. Hang on. Granit Xhaka has been linked with who? Does that say Budapest Honvéd? So Granit Xhaka has been linked with the Budapest Honvéd job. I think I did team report Hajduk Split, didn't I? I thought I did. Oh, I didn't. Great. That would be quite... Honestly, I wouldn't even mind him leaving if he did that. New stadium coming along well. Well, that's not what I was told. Our new stadium has been postponed. I've been lied to at the highest level. So now we're not moving into the 17th of October. That's the middle of the Champions League season. Hollywood about to send their loans back. Oh, shit. I hadn't even thought about that. Hopefully he gets appointed prior to that. That is a very good point. I had not even considered that. Oh, Honvéd are about to get... They're about to get relegated, aren't they? That's what's about to happen. Oh, let me guess. What do you want now? Recruit. Oh, budget for recruitment. Well, we're going to need it if they bring that scouting knowledge. Go on, lad. Give us the extra money for recruitment analysts, which I'm sure will be definitely needed. What was I going to check? Oh, yeah. The job center. Where the hell is even... Is he in here? Yeah, it is. I want to see... Oh, shit. Both Kekschmidt and Honvi don't have managers. They need to appoint managers and fast. Because otherwise, Kekschmidt and Honvid will send all their loans back. And then we end up in a Sligo Rovers type of situation. Oh, no, they'll take them back, but they'll take back different players. So Honvid, we'd lose 5 loans. And 4. So it would be 9 loans. Hopefully, as long as they do it and appoint those guys before, it's fine. But they won't. It's the simple fact they simply won't. But can I actually put some more friendlies in? Yet. Technically I can, but just not where I wanted. Alright, that's fine. Finally put some friendlies in. Before the league starts. Player manager. That'd be the dream, innit? Yeah, I swear Honvid had more loans than that. I'll have to have a check on that, a proper look, because I swear they had more. At one point, they were like our biggest recipient of loans. Oh, there's Fott. We can finally play against the Fotties. Nearby teams, wait. Yeah, no, I don't want to play against Ferencváros, lads. We would like to have a chance here. I say that as if we wouldn't smash them, but... I'm trying to think, because the like expiry date on the loans obviously is the 31st of June. So they've probably got like 11 days to appoint a bastard manager. And if Jack is the favourite, they better hurry up and bid. It's a shame I can't literally go to have a meeting and be like, so you're going to leave. But I don't have that option, sadly. What I do have an option for is a Wii, which is what I'm going to do now. So we're going to play the Mid-Journey Whiz Quiz today, which is where I've put a badge into Whiz Journey. Piss is rising in my eyes. Badge into Mid-Journey, and you have to guess which team it is. It's a different one. We've got some other ones too. We just like to mix things up a little bit. So back in a sec. Now, this is Mid-Journey version 5, so this is going to be interesting. Back in a sec.
Gonna stay in this moment. Gonna lay here on the grass. I don't need to feel lonely. I am finally home at last. And I don't mind being gone on adventures for a while. No, no. 'Cause the best thing about it is I know I'm coming back. Oh, oh. Of all the magic places in the world I've been to, this is where my heart is. Oh, you know it's true. No matter where I go, I'm coming home to you. Been walking down the street so many times, my feet know every brick and stone. Could wear a blindfold. No matter what I do, I'm coming home to you. And I don't know why, don't know why, don't know why. I'm always feeling homesick. Oh. All I know, all I know, all I know is this is where my heart is. Oh. I have seen many places where the beauty never ends. Different cities, friendly faces, and perhaps I'm going back. But I don't have to be chasing every dream that I have.
So Prince absolutely smashed that out the park immediately. The correct answer was Wellington Phoenix. Now, I think I might start using Mid-Journey 4. Because this is V5, and unfortunately V5 is a little bit too good now. And it's starting to make them look way too much like the actual badges. So much so that I had to give you a single example rather than the 4 like I used last time. Because one of them literally said Wellington Phoenix on it. So I might have to go back to using Mid-Journey version 4 for those. But I do like them a fun little quiz though. Also, it's the return of Pepsi Max ASMR. That looked like a good sound. It's still a little bit like that, Johnny. You still have to get pretty fucking lucky, but it definitely is better. Midjourney 5, by the way, is absolutely outrageous. It's so good. I was testing out some stuff with it yesterday. There's so many, like, hold your gun capybara. Oh, sorry, capybara holding a gun. They're so, like, lifelike. It's ridiculous. Preseason 2 matches. That's sick. Yeah, no, I haven't really... I mean, I still drink caffeine occasionally. Sometimes it's unavoidable as well, but I try not to. And I feel like I feel a lot better from it. Guess the badge. That's weird. Maybe someone said it last time as a guess when we did V-tests, and that's why it was stuck in my head. I like to try to think outside the box with the badges, because if I do two obvious ones, it'd be really easily. Holding capybara rifles. Not far from it, honestly. Let me scroll. Let me find it. I made some such sick stuff yesterday. Christ. Where is it? Capybara. Capybara. There you go. Like, they are getting better. I still haven't, Mike. No. Do you want me to listen to it right now? Like, I could listen to it right now on stream if that would help you. All right. Let's see. What's Mike sending me? Right, Michael Holford. Wait. He says it's better on 1.5 speed. You guys can't actually hear that, right? The music got louder. Why did the music get louder? You're right, it did, didn't it? That was weird. I must have pressed the wrong button. Apologies, chat. Let me try that again.
Capybara. Capybara, 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 capybara. Capybara, 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 capybara.
I now understand why you wanted me to... That was on 1.5 speed. This is just... Why did you send that to me? Oh. I assume that's what's in that TikTok that I haven't opened, right? Oh, yeah, that's right. I know Mike. That's right. We're friends. we associate with each other. Hey, Tim. Thank you for... Welcome in. I'm sorry I missed that in the weird capybara K-hole that we just ended up in there. Oh, dear. Thank you for joining us, though. I think the music got louder because I accidentally hit the intro stream button instead of the game button. That's my bad. Costis Larson, thank you for the follow. Was it because of Mike's wonderful, really fast rendition of the Capybara song? I sure hope so. You could. I mean, I had such a blast with this yesterday. What was another one? Just a couple of examples here, like. You just love to say. I just love Midjourney. It's so worth the money that I paid for. Oh, there's also another capybara one here for you. Little tangent. This one, I actually used ChatGPT to create a command. I can't remember what the command was exactly, but it's a little bit terrifying, honestly. Tim, thank you for the follow as well. So that's what we're working with. Jesus Christ, that's horrible, Bill. That is a tangent and a half. That's just kind of terrifying. It's like a capybara. I think, hang on. I can see if I can find the prompt for you. It was design a movie poster that strikes fear into the hearts of viewers for the upcoming film Capybara's Reign of Terror. This horror thriller tells the story of a seemingly harmless capybara who becomes possessed by an ancient evil, wreaking havoc on a small town. Get creative with a design to capture the essence of this terrifying tale and draw in the audiences with its chilling tagline: Beware the fury of the capybara. I would watch the shit out of that. And then also I did some for Pog, because obviously you have to. Look at the state. Look at this. It's amazing, man. It's so damn cool. Oh, Pog was like, I want that as a tattoo. Right. Did any of these guys actually get these clubs? Apple? No. Apple's gone. Chat. No, he's gone. The fastest winger in the West. Yeah, those were some of the better corgi ones I've seen, to be honest. I don't think so, because, like, you know, at the end of the day, AI can only do so much, and it's still hard to get bespoke stuff the way you want it a lot of the time, right? The apple has fallen far from the tree. It do be happening. It really do. Apparently that's a thing that's happened. Okay. Who is coming up? That's a good question, actually, because the league hadn't actually, the second tier, that is, hadn't actually finished when I did the video. So we'll have a look now, because it will have finished now. Anyone in here that's vaguely interesting to me? Christensen again. Oh no, he's a different guy, isn't he? Mark Cucurella. I don't know if that's right. Let me guess, his contract's up. Oh, who's he joining? Man United. Of course he is. Of course he is. I'll send those guys around again. Oh, no, wait. Not all of them. We'll send around everyone except Mark Cucurella. I could care less about Mark Cucurella, right? Why are we even being shown him? I think it's because maybe he was scouted before. To get more of these loans done. Although it might be that it's reached that bottleneck thing that happens sometimes, because there was a lot of loan offer. Oh no, there's the loan win. I saw the loan thingy ending. Because now, if I just hide that and only do loans, so there's 3 more that are looking likely to go, which would bring us to a grand total of 122. Skip to team report. Oh shit. Oh yeah, that's their first. Then again, it might still show, because they might have some really good players that are already good enough for the first team, right? And they don't. Okay. Well, they do, but like, Jesus. Where's the quality gone, Farrell? What's happened? Roman recommendation. It could be, yeah. And it might have been that he recommended it before that. And then now he has signed a new, not a new contract, but you know what I mean. Navarro might have to be pissed off for a little bit as well. Because I don't see much I'm going to be able to do with... Yeah, we just have to annoy him. That's fine. Plenty of time. Pascal's gone to Debrecen. That's a really solid signing for them, I would say. It's a shame they're going to play him as a... Actually, he's got 13 jumping reach, so 5'10". 5'11" isn't actually that bad for him there. It's this day that worries me. It scares me. Another loan done. He's gone to Vashas. Are they trying to replace Heiko Genius? Because it sure do be feeling like it. Probably time we check in with the job centre as well. Oh, wait, hang on. It seems that Budapest Honvéd now want Pal Dardai, who is unemployed and was the manager of Paxi and also Hertha. And Kexmet want Marian Sluka. Could you guys like actually appoint these chaps in the next week? Actually, ideally before then, because I want them to be in place when we get the new loan window thing come through. Hydric Split. Come on. Ooh, not a lot of players being the biggest problem. Though he looks pretty decent. I'll tell you what, part of the problem might be that for some reason they're just not getting full youth intake. So why is it might just be that the database has got enough players in it at the moment and it's not generating regens at these slightly smaller clubs at the moment. Because the database size is not shrinking. So they're obviously going to be coming somewhere, but it might just be that there's enough players in the database and they're not needing to top it up as much. So there's less youth intakes for some of these smaller nations at the moment. Because sometimes you'll have a full youth intake for these guys, and it just happens to be that maybe the last few years, that's why there's less players appearing from those slightly smaller but still brilliant youth intake usual teams. It's the only thing I can think of. The copium is real. Yeboah on the move? Absolutely freaking not. Recruitment meeting? No. Be nice if we could get some more offers, though. 117 loans end. You hate that. Put under 19s to the first team. Maybe, but we've done it with the... They wouldn't have them all in the first team, and if that was the case, let's see. Certainly doesn't look like it to me. Like, the youngest players in their first... There's a few of these guys, but where's, like, the 18, 19-year-olds? Where's the sort of... Yeah. There's just not really a lot of players there, it seems. Also, so they've got Stevie Buick. Or Buick. I suspect that's what it is. I think we're just going to have to wait a year or two, and then there'll be like another... Yeah, Mesut Ozil's long retired in this save. I don't know where he would have even been playing at the start of it. Hopefully next year it'll be more fruitful. Unless it's just like a new glitch we've encountered or something. That would suck. But the database is still at 111,000, so it's clearly not dropping. The best youth system in the game. How does that work? As in, how does one Surely there are other nations that, other teams rather, that have similar, because are they just maxed out on everything or something? I mean, they've got presumably 20 and 20 perhaps, but surely there are other teams with 20-20, right? I'm curious. Yeah, I saw that he'd announced his highlight. Wow, great hair there on Marco. Let's get these team reports though. I feel like I've probably would have signed some of these guys in the past, but the problem with Ecuador is their youth rating's not as high as some of the other ones. Yeah, they're only available in this particular skin, London area, but God, they're useful. Hey, Titch. Do they actually have a? Oh, they've got a B team. Yes, look, they don't even have a B team. These guys. They've got one player here that's like under the age of 20. It's like they're a top flight side. Where is their squad? Oh God. Oh, hang on a minute. Wait just a goddamn big a minute. Portia, Budapest Hungary, extension, yes. Oh no, they're going to say no when I try to do it, aren't they? That's what it is. They're going to say, when I do this, it's going to immediately say no. Which means also prepare for a lot of shifting the screen all around. Okay. All I will say is take a deep breath and bear with me, chatto. So, Regan Booty, extend. I'm actually going to click here. That way, when it jumps around, we'll actually know where we were. So, Novak doesn't want to go back there. And oh, that's Trabzonspor, to be fair. Not really, Titch. It was okay. But it didn't really do anything I don't think we were already going to find, sadly. That's the player's interest, true. I'd forgotten about that, yeah. So Vera we did. Effie. Axelson. Oh, for God's sake. Wait, hang on. He was interested, but now they're not interested. Right. So De Silva's not going back to Molfeheva, presumably because he... Wait. Oh, I hate... This is a new thing for FM23 for me. It's not new. The way that the dynamic works is a bit broken. So when they say they're not interested in a deal until they have improved terms at your current club, the problem being that if you then offer them new terms, they then don't want to go on loan because they've only just signed a new contract. It's like you can't win. But oh well. Sakara does want to go back out, so that's fine. Put it right. Here we go. Watch them say no. Oh, okay. That's really good news. They didn't say no. I've tried starting from the bottom. Alright, no, you know what? Fuck it. Let's try starting from the bottom. Screw it. I'm willing to try anything at this point. Right, so we go to the bottom. There's a lot of yeses in here, you know. You can try and propose loans for those who are not interested. Well, you can't extend the loan. And you can't... There's not a lot you can really do. So you can't extend the loan from here because the player's not interested. And if you offer them out from here, then the only club it will offer it to is the club they're currently at. So it sort of does the same thing. But well, fuck it. We'll try that too. Huh? What the fuck? Let's try that again. Yeah, so let's jump straight back to the top. So let's not do that. I think it's just the luck of the draw with this window, honestly. So you're saying if I offer him out here... Casper? They might just say no anyway, but it's worth a go, right? Casper coming in clutch. Can I do multiple? Oh, no. Oh, we've already been through this, haven't we? Why can't I propose multiple? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That was nice. That's nice knowledge to have, though. If it says no there, you could still propose an extension. Really love that. Even if they say no, the worst they can say is no. So it's still like a net... Even if just one guy... Oh, so that means his contract must be expiring. Which is fine. It definitely feels like it's worth a go. Yeah, for sure. Love that. The Casper loan... There you go. We've got a new method. The Casper extension. The friendliest of all the ghosts. Oh, sorry. I've realized I've resorted to not... It's because I don't like whacking the spacebar a lot while I'm streaming. Usually I actually use the enter button, but the spacebar's... I must have pressed it too soon, didn't I? Fuck. I think that's where we got to. Where did we get to? It was there, wasn't it? So Aguilar fails to... So yeah, he fails to attract interest because of the fact that he's got that injury, isn't he? I must have already done Ralph. So we'll do Nareeb. Not possible. That's fine. He'll probably leave anyway. Linda from accounting. This is a big sea of yes, chat. Like, not being funny, but this is a more yeses and possible extensions than I think I've ever seen. Now, it could just be because of the sheer number of players, but it's looking, touch wood anyway, like a surprisingly stable loan farm. Oh, they don't want Genius back because of the injury, but it's so stupid. Like, he will be fine again. He's not dead. Some other team is going to benefit massively from that, and they've... Actually, I imagine the reason they don't want him back is because they've got the other guy from us now, so what do they need him for, I guess? His contract is expiring. Gashi will extend. We're sustainable loan farming, exactly. From a... I really should, shouldn't I? That means presumably that Gashi's being expired. Not expired. We're not sending redacted around to his house. Well, as far as I'm aware. J-Lo, by the way, still here. Like, playing appallingly. Oh, no! A sentence that has never, ever been said. J-Lo fails to attract interest. No, no, no. Sorry. I refuse to believe that's a possibility. We'll find her a place, don't worry, even if it is the block. Can you be extended? Yeah, good. We're even halfway down it. We're literally halfway down this list. Lowry's signing for someone permanently, so that's fine. Janos Satmari A. Yeah, he's in a Hungarian international now. Andre Gunnarsson is no contract. That's fine. You probably the same story with Wally Foucher. That's cool as well. My hope with these guys is that they'll just end up... no... Where are you going? Apparently he's joining Molfeva. Good shit. That's fine by me. Ayantha already has a future transfer. Good look at this. They're all moving to other Hungarian sides too, which is... Oh, great. Wow, Schmitz. That's bizarre. That he's saying no. Why is that? He's been absolutely brilliant this season for them. Okay, what's going on? Maybe Vashas have lost a manager too. We just didn't realise it. Vagari, he's got no contract. Horvath, future transfer. God, I love seeing that. You are presumably having your contract expired. Lamini. I was expecting us to end up with like 50 guys out on loan. I'm not pressing spacebar again, am I? Christ. It's quite a hard habit to get into. I'm genuinely curious to see how many loans we get out. Because what happened last time was we went down to like 65, and then I was able to get it back up to 100 and something by the end of the window. Because obviously those same players have got to go somewhere, right? Oh, he's not going to get... Oh, so that means we could actually possibly extend him. That was a great tip, by the way, Casper. Really good. Oh my god, there's so many more. Oh, god. Extend all option when, SI? That means he's going to be... no window for him. No Bogart. Fournier. God, to do this 117 times. Wait, really? Pace? Prove terms. All right, we'll see about that. Yeah, Mike, please, if you've got any power, just take this one thing to them. That's all I want, is the ability to just hit extend all on these loans. Oh, sorry, extend all on the ones that actually can be extended. Obviously, it would make no sense if you could do it on the ones it can't be. But just the ability to extend these loans as a group would be absolutely phenomenal. Isn't enjoying it. We'll try it again. I just wish, Mike, that this screen had an extend all button on it, so that you don't have to click extend on 117 individual loans. It would just be the best thing, particularly as those settings seem to exist on other menus. Or like the equivalents of, I suppose. And it's not just a thing that's only good for me, because people have lots of loans sometimes, and it'd just be nice if they didn't have to like extend them all one by one. Fuck. Because, I mean, I can send you this exact save file from this exact moment, but unfortunately, obviously, I've extended half of them. But, I mean, I could send you... Okay, I can... Let me just save this as... And then what I'll do is I'll just turn off autosave for a second so that it doesn't accidentally start saving over that. It's a pain in the arse way of doing it, I realise. I should have saved that and then saved it again after that, but oh well, whatever. I can't remember the last time it saved it was, so we'll just do that. That's fine. It's not ideal, but it'll do. I've still got... You can still get the gist of what I'm talking about. This is where it crashes now. Hi FM. Hi FM. Oh, fucking hell, that took forever. What the hell was that about? What skin was it changing into? Control and click on... Hang on. Hold control. Click the tick on the left. Which tick? Oh, it works in the sense that you can highlight multiple players. You just can't do anything once you've highlighted them. Thus, my frustration with this menu. So yes, you can highlight the entire thing, but you can't do anything in bulk. None of the options. So if you hit extend, it will still only extend one player, and there's no option to propose extension when you highlight multiple players. Oh, it reloads the skin every time I change the settings. It's just like a default thing I have set on. Fuck, that's my bad. Because a lot of players that are not going to get loans, but we have a lot of players, to be fair. So Barwick, Lithgow. Wait, hang on. That's surprising that he's not up for that. Nearly there. Kone, Jensen. See, Pius Piggle's a good lad. He's fine with it. Schlaudruff. So close. Arturo Silva. What about you? Proposed loan extension. Nearly there. We're down to literally... Oh, God. Down to the final few. Ferrin saying no. Approved deal. Mate, you've been here 1 year. Alright. There's your improved deal. Enjoy. Have fun. Still going to propose an extension. Because of course we are. Quivanino. Hopefully he says yes. Because he's been really good for them. Urza as well would be cool. Turkey. And we're done. We've done it. We've done it. Pushkas isn't as much coming good as he is what he is kind of thing. Like, where is he? There he is. He's a good player, but he seems to have kind of found a level that he's at. Although he's worth a shitload of money. So, you never know, right? Besides, we might actually get some loanees that can come back and actually be sold on as well, remember. Some of the guys that come back might actually have some good sale value, potentially. Which might help us dig ourselves out of this hole a little bit. Oh, God, that literally took way too long. Just so long to do that. Something worth monitoring. Well, bringing back loanies to sell, probably not. But if they come back, then so be it. Oh, God, I hate this. This is another thing that they changed for this year. So because when a player goes out on loan, they get automatically removed from the development list, which means that when you kind of extend their loans, they no longer get automatically accepted because the players are no longer on the dev list. And any players that come back then have to be re-added back to the dev list before you can start doing it again. And I don't understand why. Some could still fail as well. That's another thing. Some could still fail even though they want to go back. The club wants them to go back. It could still not work. This is the thing. You used to miss all this stuff when I was with Treaty because I would do all this bit off stream because it just happened to fall in that weird window. But now you get the privilege of this every single time we do a transfer stream now. So I hope you're glad of that, chat. Besides, if I miss any of these here, it will just bring me back to them in a second. See you later, Face Kicker. It's really weird, Ragnar, isn't it? But last year it didn't do it, so I don't know why this year it removes them from the dev list when you do that. You're welcome, Veggie. You're welcome. Nearly there. Boom. Now watch half them fail. So there's 117 loans are ending. How many can we get out? Reset before they actually all finish. So straight away, Pushcast immediately. So that's how desperate they were to keep him. He does feel like the type of player that we could maybe sell on for a little while. But I do really like him, and he's Hungarian too. Which is more reason for me to want to, like, make something of him. And I don't think it would have been, because you might be wondering, like, oh, maybe if you'd brought him into your squad, it would have made a difference. But, okay. 16 million for Suhi. No. Just no. More money is required than that. We can get more money than 16 million. He's worth 21. I would like to try and get him to at least 30 if we can do. Friendly, sure, why not? Don't know where that's going to be. Farron's got a contract extension. Maybe that'll help him. They want silver for £52 million. Some Cypriot players. Sure, which Cypriot player would you like to see? That's a very vague look up. So if you let me know which Cypriot player you want to look at, I can absolutely check them out. Oh, you'll take 60 million for him, believe me. But honestly, I would take just like much higher. I don't think it was, though, was it? His value has kind of been all over the shop. What the hell? Oh, that's weird. His value's been dropping for a while now. It's because they're dynamic. Oh, so he's gone there. Nice. Quite a lot. Basically, the ones that aren't in Europe are in a bit of a shithole, essentially. That's the real problem. So if we look through like the other teams, Honveda minus 400k, Debrecen because they've been in Europe 2.4. Don't know any in particular. Sorry, no, because the lookup is for like players and clubs and stuff. So I was just curious as to which player you want to see. Absolutely, Doc. I can. 10 million for French Varos in the bank. Kexmet are in trouble. 1.6 million. Felvar with 1.5. You can sort of see the. Oh, we can look at the national team, I suppose. Quickly before that, let me just quickly show you Hurley. In all his big Hurley glory. God, he's even. Look at that. He's getting there. Man's going to be a dream. And he's really consistent too, which he's like the opposite of Brandon Silva in many ways. Oh, no worries, Chris. Like with lookups, I kind of need to be pointed in a certain direction. Otherwise, I can't really show anything specific. Because if I just showed Cypriot players, we'd be here for hours. Like, I need to have some kind of direction on them. But we can have a look at the Cypriot national team. So that's Hurley. He's bloody fantastic. Once he's particularly trained to play on the left as well, he's going to be ridiculous. Well, he's already ridiculous, let's be honest. God, look at me spelling things. Look at me go. Vladan Milojevic is the manager at the moment. Any youngsters in their team? They've got a few, it would seem. A guy at PSG. Oh, that's that guy, isn't it? Yeah, I'm gutted. These are these kind of players are the sort I'm on about. The guys that come through at clubs like Famagusta, as an example, not just specifically to Cyprus, but the whole of like that part of Europe in general. These are the players I want to be able to find more of. Obviously, they're, you know, Cyprus is particularly unexpected, but that's what I mean. We need players like that. This PSG fucking. I mean, he's played 5 games for them in the last. He's barely even playing for them. That's the worst thing about bloody PSG ruining people. Half the club in Omar the fan. That'd be kind of interesting, actually. It's never going to happen, but it'd be very interesting if it did. So yeah, that's what's going on in Cyprus. I mean, they've got any more? Mostly they are still relatively old team. They've got a couple of youngsters in here, like this guy here. Georgios Georgalidis. He's pretty cool. And then Christodoulou at Applewell, who actually... I suspect that if he... Hang on, who's he wanted by? Let me go to Porto. Oh no, it's the Italian jobs. Okay. So that means he'll go for an insane amount of money. Highly Cyprus. This is where the game's like, well, yes, Matt, obviously. Kappa. There could be a... Just brings you up with like the... Can I interest you in Kapodikiko or Cappadokes? I like Cappadokes, who are actually Greek, staying in that part of the world. And you know what, I will take the points for that. One of these days there will be a just in case, but sadly there is not. There's just Justin. Just Justin. Knocking about, doing Justin things. Eggy. Milana Vikri. Oh, Indonesian. Wow, he's not half bad, actually. Surely he's got to be like the best Indonesian player currently, right? Been there for a while, too. What's his injury? Oh, it's only... Oh. Looks like he's probably been out for quite a while there. On a free transfer from Seneca to Statia Moravce. Sorry for the butchered pronunciation there. Just a regular good old egg. Cracking along here in the Slovakian leagues. Doing his thing. Looks like did he come through in Poland? Presumably that means he has like Polish second nationality. Oh, no, he doesn't. Was he at a club before he went to Lechia? Fagari's getting a contract too. Wow. They're just picking everybody up. Oh, here we go. Now I have to confirm. Churio's rejected Szeged. Goofer's rejected. It's because they got relegated, isn't it? Why would you want to go back to Szeged? I can understand why Airing wouldn't want to go. Oh, these were the extra loans, wasn't it? The ones that we proposed the extensions for. That's fine. It's not overly worrying then, if that's the case. We'll just have to remember. Can we actually add him to the dev list now? No, I can't. So you really do have to remember on the day they come back to actually add them to it. Otherwise, it's just gone. Ah, Sarpreet Singh. I was about to type in Singh, and then it was like, Matt, do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? But luckily, there's only one Sarpreet Singh. He's been all over the shoppy. But not for any transfer fees, it would seem. Played in the German, in Bundesliga 2. Never actually really got going for Bayern, but then Bordeaux on a free. Did play a good amount for Bordeaux. And then just decided to just leave at random after, like, I suppose maybe it was only a 3-year contract. Off to Nantes for a little bit, then just hasn't played since, really. I think he had a good thing at Bordeaux, probably asked for too much money. But there you go. But lots of cats from New Zealand, though. Tons of cats from New Zealand. Where's Viking? I only asked because, oh god. Superman! Yes. Big fan. Right, lots of loan extensions. That's good. That's what I like to see. Get that number down. Oh, loads more. Yes, you'll love to see it. Right. I'll feel confident if we're still into the mid-70s. Oh, so told he's rejected someone's like, why? Though with those, I'm not so worried because it might just be all those extra extensions I offered out, in fairness. Brian Penis. What a guy. So Cohen's rejected one loan, but that could be again. I'm fairly certain he was one of the no's anyway. Why did... Weird. For my sins. They do if you listen to football cliches. It's... I mean, I can't think of a time that I've ever used the phrase, sadly. The closest we got is Brian Rivas. Or, weirdly, Dinamo Bryansk. And I do listen to football cliches. For my sins. Obviously. Probably the only football podcast I really like these days. No Mercy! Thank you for the follow. Lots more of those. Oh, this is actually surprisingly effective. Barwick's rejected the loan from Budapest. Did they not get promoted? That's surprising, actually. He was smashing it for them last season. Hang on, no, they didn't get promoted. So who came up, actually? So it was Pekshi and Vashas. Also, Heiko Geniuses did still come up, which would explain why they were interested in our Turkish striker. That sucks, though, because Barwick was so good for Budapest. But that just means he'll be good for someone else, potentially. Clearly shows he works in the match engine. Sekera's a weird one. Because I remember him being like a starting player for us for like a couple of seasons and then just like getting loaned out and he's just become straight part of the loan views. No, I forgot. I did hear that they were saying that Soccer had been cancelled. I'm just like, I actually forgot it was still a thing. There was a time when that was just like the morning. Like Saturday morning, back when it was good. Back when it was Tim Lovejoy and Helen Chamberlain. Those two, especially Helen, made that show for me. Rejected the offer from Paxi. All right. Oh shit, I hope your wife's okay, Stewie. That's far more important than anyone's views on Soccer AM. I think there was a time when it sort of at least filled a cultural gap in the market as far as football, because I believe this was before the age of social media, especially. I think it definitely served a purpose in there, right? I think it was good. I think it just... like, I genuinely do believe that it was good. It's just not... hasn't been for a very, very long time. But like they were saying on cliches this morning, it's... you can get a lot of the things it gives you now from other places and a lot faster and not having to sit through a 3-hour show, right? Wait, what's happened? Nice. Hang on. Have I missed something? Have I missed something? What did I say? I feel like my brain was like... because I was too busy trying to extend these loans. At the same time, I was thinking about Soccer AM and I was trying to respond to chat at the same time. What did I say? Sometimes my brain just like says stuff and tries to fill gaps with it. It's kind of like a form of verbal lorem ipsum. Oh, that! I thought I'd said something. That's how little attention I paid to the things I'm saying. Yeah, sorry, I understand what you mean now. I haven't... yeah, that wasn't brilliant. But nowadays it doesn't look brilliant, does it? But like... it was just, I don't know, car park stuff. It was a cultural institution as far as football goes in this country. And the fact that they had so much pull as well to get big names on it too, which I think really helped. I'm still just extending loans. What are we down to now? The game is not even like letting me see because there's so many loans to be extended. Eventually we'll get there. Oh, no. Nearly. Loads more. Oh, we're getting the Independiente scout report. Wait, none? Oh, of course, yeah. Whoa. Right, am I allowed to have a little look here? No? 44 ending. Okay, that's not too bad. Still some more coming off. Looks like we're going to be heading to the sort of mid-80s probably by the time all these extra loans finish off. And there's some new ones going out too, which will help. So that's the problem, because as fast as we bring in these new players, some of them are just going to be expired. Goals on... Right, I'm glad you mentioned that, Prince. I was talking to Pog about this the other day. She showed me a TikTok clip of, I think it was from Cammy and Ben Shepherd's podcast or something. And it got me to thinking about how I never used to really watch Match of the Day for the most part. But I always watched Goals on Sunday. Because for me, it was a little bit less... It was more charming for me. I really liked Cammy and Ben. They had cool guests a lot of the time. They took a little bit more time over stuff too. And yeah, I used to love Goals on Sunday. Why did that stop? Or was it because of Cammy and his illness? Or was there another reason? Because I thought that show was the tits. Oh, there's a guy at Independiente. Hang on a minute. There's actually a dude that might well be worth signing. Show more highlights. Yeah, exactly. And it gave it a little bit... I don't know. I really enjoyed it. That guy actually might be worth signing. God, I forgot about Zoo. Is that Alexis McAllister? It is, isn't it? I should just get rid of the random old players in here while we're at it. He says looking at a 22-year-old. Okay, so these are all reasonable ones. And that's fine. Well, there's another guy here, actually. There's a Chilean dude. It says C-, but I want to look at him a bit deeper. Soccer Social. Wait. Oh, God. Isn't that one where they have, like, random YouTubers on? And I say this as a YouTuber. Not that I'd ever be on it, but, like... One-on-ones. Good. It's hard to say yet, but he could be intriguing. Guy Independiente. I'm a huge fan of him. He's my favourite player, is big old Guy Independiente. But this guy, Independiente... Yeah. Douglas and Rory Jennings. Yes, Rory Jennings, he of the Haaland's going to be a flop in the Premier League take. About things I like. Yeah, I think I'm at that same level, Agent, honestly, because most of the time it's shit. And then I realised it's maybe just not for me. Relatively cheap. I think Otero's worth a punt. Balanced personality isn't amazing. Just, yeah. We'll see. Oh, actually at that price, though, I think it's worth a go. Glad they didn't try to stiff us on that. I'll just scout them all again. Why not? A walking, talking, talk spot. God, yeah. But to be fair, I almost give them a bit more credit because at least I know what they're doing is they're trying to elicit reactions out of people. I suppose he is too, really, isn't he? They're trying to target a different audience, isn't it? So he's a proper flop, isn't he? Useless. Who'd want him? I wouldn't want him at Fulham. Oh, no. No chance. Future prospect. Yep. Let me take that. He's going to get caps one day, presumably because Ecuador, but it's not going to be immediate. Watch him immediately get a cap now. If I could get an 8-year boat on him, that would be tremendous. Okay, I've got an 8-year boat on him. That is tremendous. Bet the Hitman start. Bet the Hitman shot. Brilliant name. Thank you for the follow. So Otero. Okay, he's bit my hand off for that. Hang on, why is our budget still £28 million? It feels like it never deducted the money for Hurley, even though we hadn't paid. So it did. It just for some reason didn't come out of our transfer budget. Oddly. Huh? That's really weird. Am I missing something here? Because we haven't sold anyone massive, so why is our transfer budget still huge? Maybe the club have just bought him last season's budget, but it's still the budget. He hadn't joined us until this season. That makes even less sense now. That's not how it's worked in previous seasons. Wow, he's not as good as he. Sky wanted to shake up. Yeah, they have to have a habit of shaking things up for no reason and then just making things worse. But then that's how it is these days, isn't it? I think sometimes you see these, they bring in a load of new people and their response basically is, this thing has been on for a while, ergo it's bad in some way. It's like, maybe there's a reason why it's been on for a while. Now, obviously, that doesn't always apply to things. See The Simpsons, for example. But, you know, that just needs to end. And it never will, obviously, because well, I say never. I wonder if it ever will end in my lifetime. Like, it's existed through my entire life from start to finish. Show started like a couple of months before I was born. Liverpool make your boa. Okay, 29 million. Still not going to sell him, of course, but... okay. Apparently, that's just... Apparently, we're just moving on, it seems. Now that we're getting close to the end of the window, it's doing that thing. We're not close to the end of the window. Bart Impson. That's not what we're looking for. Simpnons? No. Simpon? Wait, was there actually a guy called... Oh, no. For a second. I can't remember the last time I saw a Simpsons episode that was good, and... I can't remember the last time I watched an episode of The Simpsons and went, oh, this was made in the last 15 years, and thought, oh, this was actually good. I genuinely can't remember the last time. I've seen some of them are so fucking, like... I don't know what the word is. Like, they're just not really even trying to be humorous anymore half the time, it feels like. Plus, I feel like one of the big switches with The Simpsons was once they started letting people play themselves as guest stars rather than playing other characters in it. That's the thing. That seems to be one of the points where it really switched over. Is when a guest star came on, no matter how big they were, in the early episodes of The Simpsons, they would always play a character in the show rather than just being, hey, look, it's Lady Gaga. It's like, oh, great. Like, give a fuck. Make her play like a convenience store worker or something. It was charming like that. Rasmus Hewland, no, I haven't. So again, no Bart Simpson, sadly. They just seem to basically do current thing. Kind of like how South Park did, but South Park had a smaller animation budget. I say had. You can get away with that a bit more. I generally can't remember the last time I actually watched Simpsons. Paxi-san. Offerman, there we go. So, despite the fact that some of these loans aren't being extended, almost all of them are joining other Hungarian sides from the end of these contracts. So that's still good for me. I'll take that. Oh, God, here we go. Is that meeting everyone bloody loves? How can I fuck this up this time? Win the Champions League? No, good account of ourselves. That's usually what I go for. Until I know otherwise. That'll do. Kelsey Graham. Yeah, exactly. Oh, to be fair, I mean, Kelsey Graham was perfect for that. Like, one of my favourite ever episode of The Simpsons is Cape Fear. The one where they're on the houseboat and with the rakes and there's so much good shit in that one episode. It's absolutely packed with some of my favourite jokes ever in that show. There's very few episodes I know by name. No Ralph Wiggums. I guess he's not in danger after all. You watched all of them? That's mad. Yeah, the HMS Pinafore one as well. Was that the same episode? I think it is, isn't it? God damn. They packed a lot into that. Finally Booty's loans being extended. Oh, you were right, Casper. Stevenson Ferran was one of the guys that said he didn't want to go back out on loan, and yet here he is. Homer on the bat. Yep. Yeah. Because where he bursts into the room. Like, also the one with the hunger strike as well. The hungry Homer. Monorail, classic. Oh, I'm sure they are Exhale, but like they're players that I will never have come across in this save because obviously we started in the second division of Hungary, and so I will never come in to use them at some point. Plus, I just really don't find that. I'm not super interested in playing with like Wonder Kid real players most of the time, not even if they aren't Wonder Kids. You know what I mean, though. I find no interest in it because you already know how good they are, I suppose. The reason I love Regens is because there's an element of unpredictability to it. It's like a surprise. It's like a mystery box. You never know what you're going to get, right? The Moo Moo episode, yeah. Yeah, Booty is still under contract, yeah. The Itchy and Scratchy Land. Is that the one where Lisa gets like ill from drinking the water and she's like, I am the lizard queen? Do it for her. Oh, God, I still have that image that Townicus made of Stream with that exact meme. The Duff Gardens one. Yes. I would say it's like a box of chocolates. Do you know I would? Yeah. But then I feel like I'd be plagiarizing that from somewhere. I just don't know where. The Mexican guy. Yes, I'll tell you, Hexen. Welcome in, my friend. Oh, dear. Yeah, whenever I pop those recap videos up, I'm always live. I do it deliberately. So the recap almost becomes like a go live message for the YouTube side of thing, but also it means that if I've gained any new subs on YouTube over the last couple of weeks before the latest recap video, which sometimes happens, then they're now alerted to this other facet of sometimes, and it does actually seem to work quite nicely, which is nice. Brings new people over, which is cool. Winged Hussar, thank you for the follow. Oh, Bort, oh yeah. Come along, Bort. The Stone Cut as well. God, there's just so many episodes of The Simpsons that are good now. Now that I'm thinking about it. The steamed hams.
I am familiar with over 600 dance moves, and I am
Simpsons predicted a lot of
programmed
things.
to get freaky.
Who learns out all the fun we do? Perfect. Hexen, thank you for the follow. Oh god, what other ones? Fuck. Also, the one where was it Paddy or Selma? Is like marrying Troy McClure. Yes, Homer James. That's actually a genuinely nice episode as well. We're just gonna get killed by the mob. Oh, I must have seen it because I've seen pretty much every episode from like that entire point. But like the one where Paul McCartney is in it, where yeah, and also the one where he has the actual one where he has the 8 kids, where they make like the zoo of the kids. Yeah, where Bart works for Fat Tony. Yes. They got stuck in Japan. Is that... No, it's not the same one as the one where Homer becomes like the face of a Japanese dishwasher brand, is it? Or is it the same... That might be a different episode, actually. The B-Sharps, classic. Flaming Moe's. Can't forget Flaming Moe's. And... Is Flaming Moe's the same one where Moe's... Because there's the drink, the Flaming Moe, but there's another one where he makes his own like family-style restaurant, isn't he? Which is also excellent. Lots of clauses being cancelled, but that's fine. Lots of loads. Right, But I think these guys are already moving to new clubs. So he's joining them. Mr. Plow, yeah. Duff man, can't breathe. Oh, no. Love it. Life Goes and Guts come out. Yes. Oh, the gay steel meal. The Max Power one. There's the right way, the wrong way, and the Max Power way. It's so good. Yvonne Ekniage. It does show you, though, just how culturally relevant Simpsons is. But most of those relevance things are things from... Those jokes are from 20 years ago. It's... Well, they're still relevant, because the thing is, we all know all of these jokes. Like, that's the thing. They're still relevant, but they're all jokes. Most of these jokes are probably from, like, season 12 and prior. I would have guessed. See My Vest. I mean, literally, there is a member of chat who I'm sure most of you are aware of called literally See My Loafers Former Gophers. And every time he does a resub message, it's another, like, Simpsons song. Legacy will fade. I mean, will it? I'm still going to know those jokes. I'm not suddenly going to forget them. Not for me. So Philip Novak's gone. After all that time. I don't think it'll ever fade because it's a cultural institution. The only way it will fade is over time. Eventually, it could do, just because people that care about it will stop talking about it, I suppose. But as Gunnison, yes, he's gone as well. I think these guys are just being released, right? Oh, that's right, because I already set them for release. I'm a sensible person for once. I actually did that. Yeah, true. Novak trial. I don't see the point of giving him a trial. Like, if he's going to get picked up by someone, he'll go to them, right? See you later, Kaka. Something stupid like explode you? Oh. We were just like, but no one responds. Yeah, this is true, because I imagine most of this applies to us because we are of a certain age where this is relevant to us, right? At least, yeah, Michael Jackson was in the fucking Simpsons. Just so good. That's a fucking cracking episode as well, though. Which really helps. How are we doing on loans now? I don't think it's actually technically happened yet, has it? Surely. There's no way we've managed to keep 107 players out on loan. We're going to lose at least like 30, I suspect. I'll get it back over 100 again, easy. Just as the window expires, I think. But it did seem like most guys were actually extending their loans. Now I'm just thinking about other Simpsons episodes. Like the ones where Homer met Marge originally. Christ. The first like future episode they did where Lisa because it's the one where they're at the Renaissance fair and they go into that thing and they see the future because there's the because Chief Wiggum's got his own stall and it's like the Esquilax. It's the body of a rabbit and the head of a rabbit. It's so good. Yeah, well, that's what a lot of people... Because I think we've all seen those videos, like the day the Simpsons died. And I think a lot of people talk about... Is it called The Principal and the Pauper? The one where Skinner... he's like a fraud. Because he's... What's he called? Armin Tanzarian or something. How do I know this shit? This is what I mean. I watched so much Simpsons as a kid. And as an adult, frankly. Yeah, because that's from the fuck, what's the word I'm looking for? Burlesque House one.
I
Millie!
hear those things are awfully loud. It glides as softly as a cloud. Is there a chance the track could bend? Not on your life, my Hindu friend.
Hell no.
What about us brain dead slobs? You'll be given cushy jobs. Were you sent here by the devil? No, good sir, I'm on the level. The ring came off my pudding can. Take my penknife, my good man. I swear it's Springfield's only choice. Throw up your hands and raise your voice. Monorail, what's it called? Monorail once again, monorail, mono, do.
Brilliant, Millie, as well. Thank you very much for the 100 bits. I think there are still good episodes after that episode. They just become more and more sparse, I guess. Magazine. Yes, because it's the film festival one where Mr. Burns makes that entire like biopic about himself. And then Barney's film wins. Is that enough money? He's interested in speaking to Milan. Does that mean Milan are interested? Because we might be able to pull a cheeky here, you know. They are. Right. I have a plan. It's time to... Chat, it's time to instigate Operation Mug Off Milan for the 1000th time. So what we're going to do is reject these two. Accept the Hoffenheim one. Then offer him out for more money. Dental plan. Lisa needs braces. Dental plan. Oh, right. Okay, now we offer him out for... Let's just start with 21 million, because that's the total fee. If we can get that up front, that'll be a nice little bonus. And then we get to play them off. Offers made for Darla. How much? 24 million. Get fucked. Go away. The Gummy Venus de Milo. Yes. Chatto, I think we might be about to have some fun. Porto, Benfica, and Milan all in at 21 million. Right then. Okay. Got to limber up for this part. Here it comes. What do you reckon? Where do you reckon we get this to? So, he likes all of them. The problem is that they're all in at the same time. This just becomes a bit problematic for us now. Because with them all being interested at the same time, we can't accept them all and then offer them out again. We have to pick one. So I think what we do is we discount Milan and Benfica first, but then offer him out again. Because basically, yeah, we have to accept one of them, because if we don't do that, then we could lose out on it. But the thing is, if we accept them all, then we've got no one new to offer him out to. That's the key. So I'll do that. And now I can cancel the Hoffenheim one. Yeah, that's the only way we can do it. So let's just get rid of this. Right. Go away, filters. How Salzburg wants to... Oh, hang on. Can I hide inactive deals? There we go. So I get rid of the Hoffenheim one now. Now we offer him out again for like... I mean, they were properly keen. We've got to do it in stages, though. Let's try 25 million. We'll do it in like 5 million increments. Bear in mind, it's July 1st. We've got time. They were all negotiable, were they? Interesting. We could have actually... Okay. That I can deal with later. This is hilarious. You've got an extension. Those other guys that are out on loan, I'll sort out later. Right, okay. Okay, first start. Let's go. This is... I love this. Because even if we only got 21 is still a good price, considering we were looking at like 14 at one point. 25 from Porto. Sorry, from Porto. From Benfica. Sorry, Milan, where you at? Milan are still interested. So we've got 25 from Benfica. Oh, it's negotiable, you're right. I think what we do is, next time it's negotiable, I want to get Milan in, because that's the way he wants to go. Next time, we'll actually try and negotiate it. But weirdly, it might actually be better for us to just keep bidding them up at this stage. So now we've accepted that. We move up to 30 million. Yeah, I feel like Milan will be back. Particularly as we're quite early in the window too, which is ideal. And if it goes to 25 million, I feel like he'll still want to go to Milan, and they're still interested. I think we could get maybe 35. 22-0. Good. Like that. But you're right, I should have negotiated that one at least. The danger of negotiating is it could fall through if we overdo it a little bit. And then that could lead to nothing. But I'm a little bit concerned here. How many goal scorers? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 different goal scorers. You'll have to see it. Oh, yeah, I mean, we got... How much was it for Omgba? It was like 4 million, and then we got 24 million in the end. Okay, that's interesting. Is he still wanted? Ah, shit. Well, they are still in... Wait, hang on. Oh, did I just click bid instead of wanted? Milan is still interested. Okay, let's try again. I need to keep doing it, because otherwise he could just sign the Benfica contract for 25 million. Or perhaps 20. Yeah, I might drop it this time if there's no bites, and there isn't. So we'll drop it down a little bit. Wait, that's less than what we were just offered for him. Okay. Basically, what I want to try to do is entice one more bid from like a Milan that I can then bid up a couple extra million to get us to where we were anyway. But I got to get them in the room first. But it's looking like we're reaching a max. Holy joy, it's the insane asylum. Oh, I should have done usual stuff, but the thing is, right, here at the time, we're still considered our best striker, and we didn't realise what was to happen. So it's one of those things where it's like great in hindsight, but, you know, hindsight's 20/20, innit? I didn't want to just come back on stream and be like, oh yeah, I just sold our best striker for 100 million off stream. Interesting. Okay, they want to loan Kone. That's fine too. I still think we can get a little bit more. Milan, weirdly, I've had some quite good luck with, although it's mostly Inter that ends up being the ones we mug off, isn't it? Let's just keep bringing this down until we get a bid that's the same or higher. So we can at least negotiate it, perhaps. That's what we've kind of got to do here. But this would at least solve our problems for the initial period. And if we do get another big bid, I'll maybe be a bit more forthcoming about actually just accepting it outright. Because I did say, if we get a big bid for Seri, Nakanishi, or Bellingham, I'd be tempted to negotiate them to shit out and maybe try and get us that money. Because we kind of do need it, actually. Because aren't we failing FFP at the moment? This would obviously solve our problem there entirely. Oh, no, we're not. We were briefly, I think, failing FFP. Ah, well, yeah, we're projected 5 million. That's fine. The projections are kind of mental anyway. But Velasquez is not going anywhere. They want that. That's fine. Another loan. Nice. You're doing that. You're going nowhere, friendo. Of course. We'll just see if there's any new loans. We've got Joe Bellingham. Imagine if we had Jude. Oh, Aranda. Yes. Holy shit. Oh, my days. Right. It's because they're all back now, aren't they? So, Medjaj. I need to add these guys to the dev list. Anyone who's not currently on the dev list has to go back on it again. And thus the problem. Such an irritating factor. No, I'm gonna just, I didn't want to like try to do too many at once and have it like deselect like it does sometimes. I don't think Ehring would be allowed to go on the dev list, will he? Because he's 24. These guys might not even be dev listable. Actually, they might be. Oh, they can. Maybe it's under 25s or something. Okay. Now that they're all dev list, it just makes it easier for me to offer them all out again. Transfer offer to clubs for loan. 35 players out. Okay. Right, back to this again. Like, if we got 25 million, it's still good for where we're at. Bear in mind, he has a year left on his contract. So if we were to get that kind of cash, it's still not the end of the world, but I would like, just like, if we could just get Milan to bid on, like, didn't less of the older players. Ah, okay. Oh, well. There must be a limit on it then. That's fine. The only reason it's annoying to have them not be on the dev list is because then it doesn't automatically... You have to then deal with the bids automatically, not automatically yourself. You're not going to Liverpool. Sod off. Lots more bids for Toldy. Good stuff. Keck Schmidt. Oh, they won him. Nice. Frindai. I think we've loaned him out before, haven't we? So I might as well just accept them all. That one I don't mind sending him abroad. That one we don't want. That's fine. Okay, a couple of those. Good stuff. Barwick. Yes, Kishvada. Oh, top flight for him. Julpa. Yep, loads. Oh, my God. There's actually some viable bids in here. Not for Kwane Zwane, though. Radojicic? Yeah, no. Hey, J-Lo's back again. She's off. Wout Schmitz? Nope, that's loads of... Wait. Ah, yeah, no, we can't do that with you. You're not going on under Belgium. And... God, I wonder if we could get good money for Joseph Airing at some point as well, you know. Yeah, it must be 23. That would make sense. But that's still a few extra ones we get out. So what we actually... Now we can see the actual number. 80. We've got 86 still out on loan. And that's before I've even started my second round of loaning people out. So we could maybe get to back where before. Did Honvi get a manager? I don't know. It feels like they didn't have any troubles loading our players. I guess they must have done. Which makes the question be, who is it? Because it isn't Granit Xhaka. They went with Nemeth. Oh, they got the Pekshi manager. Having just got Pekshi promoted. And now they've got Tamas Artner, who is... Wow, they're just doing musical chairs with these guys. And I think Kekschmet also... I can't spell them. They needed a new manager too. And they got... Oh, they actually got him. They got the former Hertha manager. He's pretty good. He might actually be quite a decent find for them. Oh, that's what we need to do, chat. We totally forgot about this. It's time to look at ridiculous players for the trials. So we want contract status, unattached. Get a few extra cheeky trials in. Let me just set this to like 30. Ah, fuck it, 32. Then we want the amateur filter. Trial time, indeed. Yeah, we're going to see less and less players that we've actually heard of in here, I suspect. Although there could be some youngsters retiring. Not retiring, but you know what I mean. So, anyone with bid on their name we can't touch because it's pointless. Ferris Bueller. Chat, Ferris fucking Bueller. No way. Imagine. How on earth is he released? We could have both Endrick and Ferris Bueller in the same save. It's the dream. It's not even wanted by anybody. Milos Kerkez is... Why did that just deselect? Kerkez is in there too. That's brilliant. I don't know who some of these guys are, but some of them look like they're just quite good, honestly. So 4-week trial for those guys. Just want to see if there's any fun names underneath. Michael Cuisance. He used to be an absolute belter. Any other fun? There's a Nemeth there. That can only mean good things. Filip Stefanovic. Kick Perry. He's another name I recognise. Trying to rest every single day. It's the dream. He actually looks like he was quite decent. I mean, it's almost like he's a really good player, Matt. Any other fun name? Well, not fun names, but like players you recognise in here. I recognise him slightly. There's still 6,000. Sam Greenwood. Oh no, he's under a bid. Damn it. Sam Cresswell. That's a name I recognise. I think. Or maybe not actually. I think he's a regen, isn't he? Yep, he's literally a regen. Oh, hang on. Where was he? Oh, yeah. Get him as well. Who's bidding on Sam? Let's see. Who's bidding on Sam? It is... Oh, wait. No, sorry. Sam Greenwood. It is currently Hertha, in fact. Ibrahim Akona. That could be... Oh, Brian O'Day. Wait, hang on a minute. There's another guy from, like, PSV or Feyenoord or something. Nope. Nope. Oh, I was thinking of Brian Bob, or whatever. You know who I mean. Still, we'll have him. Hungarians aren't going to sign themselves, are they? Bright RMB. He's under a bid from Olympiacos. Ethan Brooks. That name rings a slight. Oh, maybe not actually. Jota? Wait. There's so many of them. I've lost track of how many people we were trialing as well, which is a pain. Feels like some of these people are actually like... There might be some regens here. We should still keep doing this even further into the save. Dennis Politic! Formerly of Bolton Wanderers? Yep. Wait, where's he gone? Has that just shifted up the screen or something? No, he's there. I might leave it at that, honestly, because I've actually forgotten how many people we... And I don't want to go over the trial limit in case it starts bringing it back. As in, it could start cancelling ones at the top, which is what it does, because it doesn't do it in order of which you click it. Treaty United was great. I loved my Treaty United save in Ireland last year. Poland is good. Hungary is good. Those are like my 3 favourites to recommend. Poland, Hungary, and Ireland, especially if you're doing Treaty United. Would highly recommend a Treaty. Bloody lovely team. It's a shame that they've not got the Irish leagues right this year, because they're missing a team in the database. Which is kind of mad to me that they've actually managed to miss a team entirely. But that's life, I guess. Or certainly that's FM anyway. Okay. So Ferris Bueller's in on trial. Wow, is he really considered that badly? Reading all those players on trials? Problem? What is your issue with it? I'd love to know. And also, you're right, it doesn't seem like we have enough. Yeah, maybe the physicals, they just haven't developed very well, have they? To be fair, he's not exactly the tall. He's not the most... who does he look like? He's like if Lip from the American version of Shameless or the Bear was like underfed. Kirkage, I mean, he's literally still a Hungarian international right now, isn't he? Released by Bordeaux, his wages will probably be way too high, but it'd be cool if he did join a Hungarian side. Bring him home. We do just have maybe we just have a really stacked team already. I'm maybe just judging it by like season 9 expectations, I suppose. Maybe we've just developed a hell of a team. Ronnie's obviously busy harassing cyclists still. Be cool if someone picked him up. Hang on, is Heiko back in training now? I still think he can absolutely kill it for a second tier side. 24-0. We take that. Yeah, this guy looks better and better now. He's got that. He has that. I think he might be a player that we could try. Well, he might not actually want to talk to us straight away, but now that we've had a bit more scouting on him. Oh, a guy, finally a player at Crvena Zvezda. Heading, that's fine. We can work on that. Resolute, particularly with that personality. 6'5", 50. Yes. Giant Serbian centre back, anybody? Still only 17, which is a pain, because it means that you might not want to talk to us straight away. But finally, we have found a big Serbian centre-back. Feels like it's taken far too long for that to happen. Okay, we'll get rid of these guys. Yeah, you can loan players as soon as you sign them. As long as you're in a window, you can loan players as soon as you sign them. We often do. Or we certainly try to anyway. Okay. I suspect that neither of these two will talk to us right now. Like him as well. Let me just see. Yeah, that's fine. I'll shortlist him so I remember. But the other guy might be a similar problem, because the reason he's on this shortlist is presumably because I couldn't sign him. So we may have to wait a little bit longer. Ooh, 4.4 to 8.2. He is very much... once the Suhi thing is done, we can probably sign Nemanja. He wants to talk, which is the main thing. No, Bentner's still struggling. Of course. These two... We can get rid of Roj Pal. He's like 66 million quid now. There's a guy from... One of the guys from Hardukes. Not... No, yeah. Deep line playmaker that can't pass or... Can't pass or see. Who needs to do that, eh? Yeah, I think we go back in for him once we get the Suhi thing sorted out. Speaking of the Suhi thing, actually, we should probably keep offering him out. The last thing we want is for him to sign a contract here before we get a chance to give him... 25.5? Oh, wait, hang on. Club's interested. Oh, no, it's still 3. Milan, Porto, Benfica. Wait, what? Oh. The usual one where they... Oh, they are on my side now. That's surprising. That's awesome, Reese. Really happy for you. You'll be able to see... It's like... Because Pog... I suppose Pog's talked to me about that once or twice before. Wait. Oh, that's the guy we tried to swap Suhi for. Imagine if they'd gone for that. Imagine if they'd gone for that and we ended up with Aaron Jadot. Another expensive Belgian signing, but lordy lord, what's he turned into? Monster. I wish I hadn't accepted that Meshkovest friendly now. That's a lot of matches in a very short space of time. Okay. Offer for Seri. Okay, it's a shit bid, but at the very least it could start some cogs turning there. To buying glasses. Well, that's the thing, yeah, because you'd have to keep buying glasses and contacts forever. And I guess at some point you sort of reach a point where it's like, you know what, just take the hit up front, right? Yeah, they went for it at the time. He was actually worse at the time. Oh, for God's sake, squad, chill. Doesn't want to be here though. I don't know. Almost like it's quite important to be good. So shut up. It's almost like they react the opposite way to what they should do to those. Yeah, this is fully... Oh, yeah, this reminds me a lot of the Irish days. We've got 4 games in 8 days. They're all friendlies, though, luckily, so that's something, I suppose. Still nothing on the... Maybe I should try and offer him out for 25 again, just to entice some bids at the same exact price, and then see what happens. About £1,000 over 5-year surgery. There you go, yeah. And you'll be able to see properly... I take it will, like, put... 20/20 vision. Wow. So you'll be able to see better than the average person, really. Well, way better, in fact. Barwick's going to Kishvada. Good stuff. Negotiate the Seri offer. I think for the moment, 2010 installments. I find that if you start putting installments in offer outs, they just never go for it. Usually what you're looking to do with the installments... with the offers out... I find that what you're really looking to do is entice a bid and then negotiate with them. If you start putting installments and shit, they just almost immediately always say no. Which shouldn't be the case, but it generally speaking is. If you don't just give them like a flat number, they're just not interested. It's going good, Tim. How are you, man? How's the streaming going? And I've frozen. Now look what you did. Did I just see a guy move for £116 million? I caught that out the corner of my eye. Look, it was Matisse Tell. Yep, Marseille and Real Madrid for 116 million. God damn. Rest every day. Hey, that's what you want. Yeah, it really does look like they're just not... They are interested. But they're not... Oh, hang on. Wait, no. So Porto are gone. It's just Milan. Sounds stupid, but if I can entice Milan in at 24.5 million, so it's a cheaper bid, then maybe, because he's clearly still holding off so that he can try and sign a Milan contract potentially, but we need to actually get him to potentially do something. But nope, still that on your boa. I often find as the winter some installments for sushi instead of straight up lump sum. Yeah, of course, but I have to have a bid in order to have installments. So if we can't get a bid on him in the first place, then I can't ask for installments on the contract. Because like I just said, if you try to add installments on an offer out, they just don't bid. Nobody ever bids. They really probably should have a look at that. Let me guess. More of that nonsense. Good. Our dynamics are going to be wrecked in this save because of this exact nonsense. Like, why does he care? Are you mates? Let's do... Most expensive signing ever. That'll be on... Here, is it? Like... No, it's on World and then Transfers and then Leading, isn't it? Oh, that's yearly. Christ. Wait, what? I swear they... Hang on. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm sure I'm missing something here. This screen never used to... you could filter it by this, but I swear there was an overall one, right? swear you could... I mean, I know you can because I've seen it before. That is all... Oh, it is all... You're right. I'm an idiot. Yes, you're right. It is. It is all years. That's where I get confused because it shows you that up there and then for some reason doesn't display... I presume if you actually click a year, then it... Nope. Okay. Surprisingly, only 117 million. Which means that had I accepted that bid for Seri last summer, it would have been the most expensive transfer in the entire save. Jesus Christ. Foster the Wrexham. I don't have an opinion on it other than, I guess, good for him or them. I don't know. I don't know who it's better for, really. Or worse. The Manchester teams do be splashing, it seems. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get any more bids on Seri, on Suhi. We might just have to let this sort of just exist. Genius failed test. I will keep offering him out for the same amount, though, at least, because I'm not going to drop it too much. Nice little 11-0 there. But that's another thing, like, the amount of goals we were putting past those teams in preseason friendlies is an extremely large amount. No, if I reject it and offer out again, that could be catastrophic. Because if I reject it and we don't get a bid when I offer it out again, we've just lost £25 million, and I'm not prepared to do that. Like, if he goes for 25, he goes for 25. Because we've done that once before. I can't remember who it was, but my God, did we... I think we lost like 60 million on a player doing that one time. I think what it was is that they're probably just interested in other players now that he's got a bid. I'm surprised Milan never came in with another bid at any point. And there he goes. Benfica. Off he trots. Terranova's making some good development. Good stuff. Kone's gone as well. Bayern want Velasquez for... How is the European golden boy that is literally considered the best player on our team still getting such trash bids? So Suhi's gone for 25 million. For a player with 1 year left on their contract who had no intention of signing a replacement contract, obviously he'll be worth more at Benfica. And he is a good player. It's not awful considering where we were. But the point being that now that does sort us out financially. We're back up to £45 million in the bank. We're a little bit more... We're actually, 11 million in profits for the season, which is what we want. So that now makes me think we can go back in for our friendo. Which is on the default shortlist. Should we just sort by that, actually? Chappie. Yeah, he just didn't suit our style for whatever reason. Maybe he would suit the new style. I don't know, but I think parlaying some of that money into Nemanja Jančijević would be a good move for us right now. Hopefully they don't want 8 million. I'm really hoping they don't want an obscene amount because I don't really want to drop like 8 million on this guy. That's fine. I could have just removed them, but honestly, they're kind of much of a muchness. 4 million up front is fine. That's actually way better than I was expecting. I thought we'd have to at least pay 6 or 7. And I was going to be like, oh, do we want to do that? But yeah, happily do that. I'm looking for the next generation of those centre-backs to come through, and I feel like he's exactly what we want. He's interested. Get rid of these. I guess a loan would be best for him anyway, initially. He's one of those guys that we would definitely bring back, obviously. Plus, he would absolutely stack out another Hungarian side as well in the back. Whoever gets him is a lucky team. It's annoying. The fact that he's 17 means I can only hit him with a 6-year boat and not an 8. But that's still good. Yeah, 5 million. And bear in mind, it's really only 4 because the rest of those clauses are like set on international stuff that's like, it's going to be a drop in the ocean by the time those things even happen to the point where we just won't care straight away. Watch him now be worth crap when he joins us. Like, he'll have like 3-star potential. No, actually, he's still decent. B+, a B. That will probably get adjusted. I like him. Still goes to the loan farm, but not as a actual loan farmer, just as a player that wants to go out on loan, so we'll let him. I won't be so fast if a loan doesn't come in for him, put it that way. Although I will get him training his role, because he actually is a really useful player. Need to pay attention to that, actually. There we go. Sick! So, that's now done. Oh, that's lovely stuff. He's 6'5" is our Serbian centre-back. Despite only having 15 jumping reach, 6'5". We finally got a giant Serbian centre-back. It's only taken 9 years to get him, but we do finally have one. It's the dream. Starting to slowly come true. What are we up to now? 89 players out on loan, but there's still tons more that I can do. Wait, Aranda's no longer wanted. Huh, surprise. Wow, that's a lot of loan listed players. There's still a few more loans that are currently under bids right now, and there he's immediately wanted. Perfecto. Whoever gets him, though, lucky team. I will have to be... Hopefully they'll all give him good game time. But if not, I can just cancel the ones that don't. I should have paid attention to that, actually, with some of those other loans. But if we can get him straight out on loan, that'd be really good for his development. Because he just needs football at this point, and I don't think he'd quite get it yet. Oh, Budapest. Schmitz, these are all still those. Radojic, God, Dortmund. Come on, someone in our country, please bid on them. Eventually we'll get one. Right, okay, so we've got Pushkas. What's the squad player, regular starter? So basically, I want any loan that isn't... Pretty much, Pushkas is the only one, which would make sense because they're top flight. I don't mind sending him to the second tier. I want him to play. Falunkin sponsored by Space Force. Let's have a look. That looks pretty... I've never seen that manufacturer before. It's kind of like alternate universe Fulham in a way. Well, literally. 6'9" strike. The next Haaland. God damn. Imagine if Erling Haaland was 6'9" and still had the same physicality and speed. I don't think anyone would ever be able to play against a... There would be no point. And there's barely any point now. It'd just be unfair to everybody else. At least we managed to make a sale. I still think that we might be able to make one more to really tide us over, but that at least balances our books out really nicely for this year. But I want to make sure that we've got enough money knocking about just in case we do see a player that we have to go after. That's why I try to, like... Hang on, did I just see that? I swear there was just a signing being made somewhere else in Hungary. More offers for Dala. It might be that they'd actually sold someone. It'll either be Seri, Nakanishi, or Bellingham. One of those three. Unless there's no bids, obviously. Scott, thank you for the follow.
It can get very depressing.
So Ferencváros just sold Arturo Vidal to Valencia for £3 million. Sorry, not Valencia, to Sevilla. That's the guy they got on a free Oh, no, not a free. I mean, to be fair, he's their starting goalkeeper, though, which is a little bit worrying. But they doubled their money on him, I guess, if nothing else. But lanky Neil Morpay? Oh, my God. Nicola Rad... Wait. Rajan? Okay, fair one. Okay, let me save that there. I've got to save another version. Oh, shit. Well, you know what I just did, so that's good fun, isn't it? Sorry about that, Mike. Oh, you moron, Matt. I just say... oh, no, we've still got that. Right, we've still got that. We're all right. But I then can't... No, I can't save it again. I'll have to save that first, then save another version with a different name. Christ. I can send him the last save over, right? Because that should be the last time we saved it, which was when we made that one originally. Because I believe that's how it works. Doesn't it, like, rename the most recent one that and then moves it down one or something? It's something like that. Trust me. I'm a professional. Never listen to anyone who ever says that. Right, where are we sending you lovely people this afternoon then? Hum. Well, I think there's only really one place I can send you, and it's the best place to be. It's that with that Man United City FM. Of course. The nicest man in the FM community. And I won't let anyone else tell me otherwise. So, I'll be back on Sunday, of course. We'll be doing some Champions League stuff. Keep an eye on the stream chat and the Discord server, because I'll be posting any random updates for things that happen when I finally get around to playing these extra matches. So, yeah. And also, yeah, we're going to send you guys over to Kev. Remember, tomorrow night, Career Resurrection, 7 p.m, with all of your lot's help, will be up on the main channel. Be there or be square. It's not going to be a YouTube premiere or anything like that. It'll just be the video out there in all its... Glory is a strong word. But, like, it's a video. It'd be cool if you watched it. Anyway, I'll send you guys to Kev. Thank you very much for joining me today. This has been really, really fun. Subs only. No. Discord. It's just exclamation mark Discord. It's just the Discord, isn't it? We don't win, we riot. Well, that's up for... I was going to say it's up to the comments to decide, but I feel like you could sway that vote way more than you should be able to. But yeah, that's the Discord link. And I'll see you guys on Sunday, 10 a.m. for some Champions League goodness. I'll see you guys soon. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-bye.